leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Cyprus. This is going to be the last tournament of this cycle where 12 strongest chess players in the world gonna compete for the top places and also 80,000 euro prize fund, total prize fund. We're gonna be working for you as commentators, Grandmaster Alik, Gershon, and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. Hello, Alik. How
Hi,
do you
Keti.
feel
Hi,
today?
everybody. Well, this is very exciting. It's really an exciting event. This is the final leg. A lot on stake here. Apart from the prizes that you said, I think what is even more important to those to the participants here is the top two places. They qualify for the next candidates tournament. So
that's the main point. Let's now take a look at the standings, what we have right now, and who are the players who has the chances to qualify to the candidates tournament. Only 2 participants, as you mentioned, and we do have 12 players competing against each other, and there are also more players waiting right now for the results, how the thing's gonna go for them. This is the playing venue, what we have here in Nicosia, the capital of Cyprus. As we can see, all the participants are ready. They are waiting for the first move to be make. This is also the playing venue. It looks really bright. As a chess player, I know that it is very important to have good lights. I think they have extra lights here.
yeah, but then you don't have the excuse that, okay, the lighting was poor and then that's why I blundered pieces. So, and
Right.
Vichy is standing, he's going to make the first move in Harika's game. Actually, you said there, apart from the players that are playing in this tournament, there is one player specifically that is waiting at home to see if maybe we will see the pairings and the standings a little bit farther down the road, but not everything might be. Not only the participants in this tournament can qualify, but also there is. Juginer, who can, in some cases, she can qualify for the candidates as well, even though she's not playing.
That is right. On the screen, we can see Harika Dronawali of India and Bibisara Asalbaeva. So we have a lot of honorary guests today making the first move. On this board, what we can see right now, we're gonna have Timur Turlov making the first move for Bibisara Asalbaeva. They both represent Kazakhstan. They are from Kazakhstan, and they're very proud of that. And then on the other side, with white pieces, we have Harika Dronawali, Vishy Anand, 5-time world champion, legendary chess player, is very focused on the first move. He's going to make the first move for Harika. What do you think will be the first move?
Well, depends
choice?
what went in his preparation. I think he might have prepared for this first move as well.
Yes.
So he's notorious for these fantastic opening preparations. Obviously, not for this time. And shall we say? No, we'll not say. We'll keep you. We'll keep it as a surprise. Keep watching, and there will be a surprise today.
That's right. So we are waiting right now to start the game. And another very interesting thing about this tournament, as we see now, these journalists are entering. Some of them you can recognize. Actually, Leoncho, you can recognize from Alpas. The Spanish speakers will do for sure. Those are 10 chess reporters invited for this event here in Cyprus to report about the tournament. So here we have them.
And the event is getting a lot of attention here in Cyprus, right? It's
right.
the first tournament, major international tournament organized in Cyprus. Is it so?
This is true. This is the first ever FIDE event and also top level event. Right now we can see on the screen the CEO of Freedom holding company, Timur Turlov and Vishy Anand.
They are so concentrated, really, as if they are going to play today, right?
You can see the tension. You can see the tension.
Wow.
They have to choose the correct first move, lucky first moves, you know? They have to make the first moves, and that can bring the players luck. So
But tension is you can really sense the tension here in this tournament. Everybody has something to win and a lot to lose here. So it is really going to be an exciting event. And
right, as we mentioned many times, this is the final leg for a fourth tournament. The other three tournaments has been already happened, and for some of the players, this will be the ticket for the candidates tournament.
Yep.
2 players gonna qualify to the candidates tournament, and that's the way to become the world champion. You're getting into the world cycle in that way.
yes, I think this is the main goal, really. But the prizes, the money prizes are quite high as well. So even if you're not, and we see the first move, Vishy played c4, and Timur
And
replies knight f6. Haha.
Players are
Interesting.
smiling. Players are smiling by the. Okay. Oh, Bizarre
Okay,
took it so
Bizarre
fast.
They both retract the moves, and they have, we shall say, they have the right to change the moves to whatever they want. They are not
Absolutely.
obliged to play.
This is the ceremonial move for the photos mainly, and of course it is great honor to have Vishy Anand at this event.
And we go.
Let's go. The first game just started. Black started to. Oh, Harika plays c4.
Well, I cannot blame her. If I could play my moves as all Wish's moves, I would do it all my life.
Wow.
And they
What a
both. Okay, so
guess.
they probably instructed. No, okay. Bibi Sara played g6.
Oh, she played so fast this g6, like she was ready for this move for sure. And I just recall now the moment when she took the knight back on g8. She did it so fast.
Well, we shall remind that Bibi Sara is the current World Blitz champion.
That's right.
Is that true? So she knows a thing or two about playing fast, right?
She is 2 times actually world champion,
Right.
so that's correct. Next moves are a pretty fast follow up. We have fianchetto both bishops on g file.
And it can transpose to many theoretical lines here. Depends on what black does, what white does. It can go to various variations of King's India or King's Gambit. Sorry, not King's King's Defense, King's Indian Defense, and stuff. But of course, or even to some English openings, and now Bibi Sara is deciding what she wants to do. Right?
That's right. We shall remind our viewers and actually greet to our viewers on YouTube and Twitch chat. You guys can ask us any questions. We will read it out, but we have 15 minutes delay, so we will see the questions and the comments a little bit delayed. And that's one of the measures of the anti-cheating procedures that we have at this event. And another very important procedure is that each players are going through security checks.
Absolutely.
So that's quite a procedure. I have seen it. It takes a lot of time to check all the players, but that's safest way.
Unfortunately, you can't do without it nowadays because the computers have become so powerful. So any even hint of unfair play, and as we said, What did Bibisar play? Let's see. Oh, she played d6. She keeps her options open. She allows white to play d4, which might transpose to different lines of.
That's right. We have seen just focused one game, Harika Dronavali and Bibisara Asulbayeva, but we have a lot of other games too. Let's take a look now at the pairings. What the other matchups we have today? And
So,
which match is the one that gets your attention here?
well, first of all, we have to say that another rule that we have here is that the players from the same federations should play in the first rounds of the tournament to avoid some possible scenarios where they meet in the last rounds, where decisive rounds, and there can be some unfair play. So to eliminate this possibility, we have some derbies here. Nana Zagnidze is playing Bella Khotenashvili, and Katerina Lahno is playing Polina Shuvalova, right? They represent the same federations. The others, the other pairings are Alexandra Kostyniuk and Tan Zhongyi. Dinara Wagner is playing Alexandra Goryachkina, and Olivia Kolbasa is playing Gunay Mamadzadeh.
Very interesting pairings right now. So we have Nana and Bella, who are teammates for years and years. They have won a lot of competitions together as a team, as a Georgian team, a Georgian national team. And then we have two former women world champions, Alexandra Kostyniuk and Tan Zhongyi, playing against each other. Then we have two youth players, Kilbasa from Poland and Gun Mamazada from Azerbaijan. So this is somehow logically paired up.
Exactly,
and
yes.
it's very exciting for sure.
And as you said, two former world champions playing, and just to show you the strength of this tournament, we have 5 of the top 10 women in the world playing in this tournament, and 8 out of top 20 playing here. So the tournament is immensely strong. And again, we shall see the pairings, the standings, the Grand Prix standings. We have to say that this tournament alone does not give. Is not alone. It's part of a greater cycle. And all players come with some baggage from previous tournaments, right? So the main competition here, if we will see the table, the standings soon, the Grand Prix standings soon. But the main competition here is supposed to be between Katerina Lagno, Alexandra Kostyniuk, and Goryachkina.
Yes.
So.
That's right. Also on top of that, as this is the final leg, we're gonna have also additional prizes for the players, the prizes which are accumulated all the Grand Prix. So we have here all the participants who are playing 3 Grand Prix in total out of 4, and then the player who has the most of the Grand Prix points not only qualifies to the candidates but also gets additional prize. And the total prize fund is €80,000, and the person who gets the first place in overall Grand Prix will get €20,000 additionally. So this is really nice.
Yeah, this is a lot of money, big, nice prizes, and so even if you don't qualify for the first 2 and you take a 3rd place. Mm-hmm. You have a very good consolation prize, so to speak, right? So,
true.
So really, there is a lot to fight for.
That's right. On the screen, we see Katerina Lachno playing against Polina Shuvalova, also teammates.
Yes,
for
and
many
we
years.
have they are teammates, and. Lahno has in the recent games, she's having the upper hand in their head-to-head encounters. I think she won the last 2 games they played together, and Oh, but this is a surprise. I think their last game, Katerina opted for the Ruy Lopez here, but now she goes for knight c3, the four bishops. Oh, and now she goes bishop b5. This is, I think it's a bit of a surprise for Shuvalova, and she's spending some time while Katerina is playing quite fast, right?
Yeah, that's a very important point. Sometimes when the player spends a bit more time, might mean that she was expecting something else. As you mentioned, Katerina has played Ruy Lopez earlier. Maybe Polina was expecting that opening.
It looks like, although today we have to really say it, with the advance of the computers, all top players play so many variations. They opt for many openings, for many possibilities. So you really cannot expect one or two continuations. A lot can happen, but it looks like Polina is out of book already, or at least maybe she's not entirely out of book, but she hasn't expected this line.
That's right. Also, her posture says that she's very much now into the calculation, in making decisions. She tries to be very focused.
And White's last move, knight e2. I'm not familiar with this line, but generally, what White wants to do, she frees the squares for her opponents to start fighting for the center, and the knight will go probably to g3. It's a fantastic place for the knight, from where it will protect the e4 pawn, and it can also always jump to f5 at some variation. So this is an interesting continuation. And for instance, as we can see, up until now, Black was basically copying all White's moves, but now the problem with this, as they teach us in the first years of chess skills, you cannot really copy. Sometimes it's okay, but you cannot copy the moves forever. For instance, if you do it here you have some tough decisions already. You cannot continue copying. So you will have to move your bishop here, and then you are just one tempi behind probably. You don't have time to do what you wanted to do. So knight e2, Polina is thinking, let's maybe take a brief look at other games.
Yeah, let's move forward and check out Dinara Wagner and Alexandra Garechkina. As we mentioned earlier, Alexandra is also one of the players who have one of the highest overall score, Grand Prix points, and she has very good chances to qualify to the candidates tournament, and it's already looking very exciting.
And she's the top-rated player here, right? So yeah, this is a theoretical line. This is a Nemtsov Indian, which transposed to now it's a queen's gambit. And we go into this fianchetto line, where, yeah. So this is the Catalan. This is all theory, and White, just to give the basic idea of this opening. So White is sacrificing, sometimes temporarily, often temporarily, White is sacrificing a pawn in the center, in the c4 pawn, but in return, she puts a lot of hopes on this strong bishop, the fianchettoed bishop, on the long diagonal, which will allow her to put some pressure on Black. It's a long-lasting initiative. And oftentimes, this pawn, because Black is not really ready to protect it, it will be won back. But Black is counting to that while White is winning back the pawn, Black will have time to regroup and then ideally to exchange some pieces, and this bishop on g2. And then by this to reduce the pressure and equalize the game. So normally these lines promise white some very slight but long-term advantage.
Right.
And this is all theory. Now this is a more theory, a more straightforward way. White has sacrificed the pawn, but because black used some time to capture the pawn and to make the rook to b8 because of this pressure along the long diagonal.
Right.
So white has time to create some pressure, yeah, with fast play, and we're still I think deep in the theory. Knight takes c4. Now this I don't know. We can maybe check it a little bit later. The current theory on this move. But let's think. What is going on if black plays bishop d3?
And it's so tempting move because it attacks the knight and the rook at the same time.
Yes. So we say it's a fork, right? But it's not so easy. And I think the answer to this is rook e1. And if you take on e4, on c4, there is this check on a4.
Right.
No. And if you would play queen d7, then the bishop is pinned. So we would have this queen takes b4. But what happens if black plays king f8 simply?
Alik, what Alexandra's face tells you? She's also a bit confused. She is a bit confused.
She definitely is.
Because this king f8, which you just showed to us, keeps black extra piece on the board.
Yes, but I do not believe. Maybe we can.
Oh, no,
she castled. Okay, so we probably then we have to. This is interesting. Let's try to understand
maybe
what's
there
going
is
on here.
something like d6 move.
Right away. Yeah, this is yes, this is nice. So you're blocking the bishop from defending
Yes.
the knight. And okay, but let's see. What if I take?
And after this move, perhaps
We have so many.
check on a4.
Check on a4 is interesting. But
So
then
interesting.
b5, attacking the queen. And now if queen takes b4, then I can probably just take on d6.
Right.
No. Okay, and then we are okay. Take on d4, you take on d6, we take and we win, right? We have two pieces for rook, which is very good. But there is a lot of tactics. So we have bishop. This is a crazy
This
crazy
is really
position.
crazy. There is like bishop c6 check.
I suspect.
This is to take on also e7 is possibility there.
But it might all be bad for white, because it's just
True.
an exchange up, and we are forcing queen exchanges because there is this nasty threat. And I have a strong feeling it has been all analyzed. For some reason, I'm unable to work with the arrows here. Sorry for that, but it will get better with the tournament.
For
continues.
sure. But what you just said that this has been analyzed, the time situation tells it all.
Yes.
5 minutes spent by
Absolutely.
Alexandra, knowing her how fast she likes to play in the opening and how well she's always prepared. She might be surprised as well with this choice of Dinara, that she gave the possibility of bishop to d3. But yeah, after some calculation,
It might not even be a calculation. Maybe she was just remembering her notes. What do you think? Because what is the time? The time is, they're pretty much, they spent 5 minutes on the clock until now. So I think we are safe to guess that they both know what they're doing. Right.
That's right. Also, we can remind our viewers that the time control is classical time control. That's how we call it. 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then players gonna have extra 30 minutes after 40 moves, and of course they have 30 seconds of the increment for each moves they are making. Do you think that we might have some kind of dramas in the time scramble at this event?
Well, I don't think we'll have even remotely the dramas that you had in Astana. But because when you have an increment, it reduces the drama a lot, because you will always have the 30 seconds, and not like in the seventh game when Ding froze for
Yes.
in the last 10 minutes,
About
and
10,
he
yeah,
left
11
himself with
minutes.
less than a minute to make 10 moves, which is basically impossible. So this time control pretty much offers less drama, but I'm pretty sure we'll see
Here we
some
are for
dramas.
dramas.
We like
Usually.
dramas, yeah, and then it's really good for it's good for the spectators. It's good. It's not always good for the players, but it's always good for the spectators, and we're
Yes, that's
happy to
right.
see it.
So this is going to be a very promising game, I suppose. Shall we
Let's-
move to the next game, Nana Zagnidze against Bella Hotanashvili?
Yes.
Let's see what is happening in this on
And
this
here
board.
too, we can see that we have the Catalan, and this is so far it's pretty much theoretical. So we can let's take a look at.
Yeah, before we move to the next game, we do have a special guest in the studio, so we're going to take a very short break and we'll be back in a second with our guest.
The three stages of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix are over, but nothing has been decided yet. After Astana, Munich and New Delhi, the competition will go to Cyprus for the fourth and final stage of the series. 12 players will compete in a round-robin tournament. Alexandra Gerechkina, Katerina Lagno, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, Tanju Anjui, Nana Zagnidze, Harika Dronavalli, Polina Shuvalova, Bella Hotanashvili, Bibisara Suibaeva, Gunay Mamadzada, Olivia Kielbasa and Diana Wagner. At stake is the final result in the overall standings, as the top two players in the series will qualify for the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament 2023-2024. The total prize money for the final stage is €80,000, with another 80,000 to be distributed among the top 8 overall finishers in the Women's Grand Prix series. The tournament is sponsored by Freedom Finance Europe, a subsidiary of Freedom Holding Corp. Don't miss the final stage of the battle between the best female chess players in the world. Follow the tournament on the official FIDE website and social networks.
Welcome back, everyone, and here we are with the special guest, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich, the president of FIDE. Welcome in the studio. Please tell us a little bit about the tournament itself. We mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that this is the first time that the Cyprus is hosting FIDE event and the top level event.
Right, thank you, Keti. I think the FIDE Grand Prix here in Cyprus is the flagship event that we are having first time in Cyprus, and for Republic of Cyprus it's a very important milestone. Hosting such a big event in a small country, and Cyprus belongs to European small nations, is a motivation for the new generation of local players to improve their skills and to grow. For FIDE, it's an opportunity to explore a new country, new market, new audience, and for the participants of the tournament, 12 ladies who are among top players in the world. It's I think a place with very comfortable conditions to show their best and to compete for 2 qualifying spots in the candidates. It's the last leg of FIDE Grand Prix series, and there are not so many contenders for these 2 spots, but I would say 5 participants still fight for the place, and others trying to show their best qualities, also to take the best possible positions to earn some money as well, prizes. So it's a good opportunity.
Right. It has been that last year's we do have a lot of top events for women, and also the prize fund has been increased pretty much, and we have also new sponsors been attracted by chess competitions. Can we talk a little bit about the general sponsor of the event? How they got involved with chess tournament? And
I think new sponsors coming to chess is a trend that we started a few years ago, but with Freedom Holding Group, Freedom Finance, Freedom Broker as daughter companies, we have a new situation where we have a stable partnership, and we already had 3 events in a row, starting from World Rapid and Blitz Championships in Almaty, then World Championship match in Astana, and now Women Grand Prix in Nicosia, Cyprus. It's a sponsor that believes that chess brings benefits to corporate culture, to the company that is one of the leaders in finance business, and it's fully consistent with the mission of the company itself. So it's not just charity, it's a decision made based on the business logic. Also, of course, love for chess is present, and it's very important, but we are fully confident that with Freedom Group and other sponsors like that, we can succeed in the future, and we are discussing new projects already now, even when just the first round started here in Nicosia.
Right. We also have the honorary guest Vishianand here at this tournament, and today he made the first move, and he guessed the first move c4, which Harika then later played.
Well,
what do you think about this?
He has some experience.
Yes.
Yes, Vish is a great champion, and he's part both of FIDE history and present time, both as deputy FIDE president and a player, active player in some tournaments, and here he will give simuls. He is promoting chess all around the world, so we are happy to have Vish in the team. I'm really proud that we were able to convince him to come on board and work for chess, not just play, and he has real authority. He can guess moves. Yes, he showed it back in Astana, and now he does the same. So I hope that ladies can guess his thoughts as well.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about the tournament and the importance of the Grand Prix. How important is this event for the cycle of the World Championship?
FIDE Grand Prix series is one of the 3 tracks that are important for qualification to the candidates tournament, along with the World Cup and the Grand Swiss tournament, and all those events are happening this year. But the Grand Prix gives 2 spots, so 2 out of 16 is relatively high probability, and players are trying to show their best qualities. We had some unfortunate situations in New Delhi, but now we recovered from that, and I think players are in the best form they can have. They are satisfied with the conditions, as far as I know, and FIDE Grand Prix is a unique thing now for the cycle. We do not have it in the open competition anymore. but the reason is that in women chess we do not have so many tournaments, so we thought it's important to keep these tournaments and to find partners for those, so that women chess players would have more practice and playing at the top level. So I do believe that we should keep it as a part of World Championship cycle.
Right. There have been some of the changes for last years for the women's tournament. Are there any more changes planned?
Well, I hope we will be able to increase prize funds. That's the most important change, and to have more events, both official and private, and online. I hope as well. We are working on a possible format for women players to have regular online competitions as well, and of course mixed events, mixed team events like World Rapid Team Championship in Düsseldorf in August, and the Mahindra Global Chess League in partnership with FIDE in June in Dubai, where some of the top women players will be participating and competing in 6 teams that will fight for the main prize. So we have plans, and we hope that we will find more partners to make these plans real.
Yeah, right. We're hoping for more sponsors indeed, and here we have more and more events and more countries as well. The candidates tournament, which will be happening in Canada, and also the Olympic Sports Series going to happen in Singapore. Those are two new countries and 2 new big tournaments.
Right. For Singapore, it's a brand new project of IOC, International Olympic Committee, Olympic Esports Series, and we are happy that we persuaded our partners, the Olympic family, to include chess into that first time in history. And we had online qualification events at chess.com platform with 8 players qualifying from those, and then there is 1 local player, and 1 wild card went to a lady, Bibisara Osabaeva, who participates here in Nicosia at Women Grand Prix. So we'll have 10 players competing in Singapore in cyber sport format, like a show, and I think people will like it. So it's a new thing for us. And for Canada, Toronto candidate tournaments, again, first time we'll have candidate tournaments simultaneously, open and women sections, and for Canada, I think it's an important step forward. They were not active in international chess for some time, but it's a chance to go back with strong competitions and strong players to the international arena.
Right. Thank you very much for answering all these questions. Shall we take a look at the chess game? If you have any preference, we can go there, or we can just talk about this game.
This is Harik against Bibisara, where Vish made the right move, and Timur, the Freedom Finance founder, responded, and I didn't see the move, so but
he played knight to f6, and so we saw how fast Bibisara took the move back, and then she played g6. Shall we?
I think it's still theoretical position, more or less.
Shall we have maybe this board on the screen, so our viewers can also see the chess position?
I think it's just the beginning, and players know their book preparation, so they're playing the books. So what's next? Diana Wagner against Alexandra Gorechkina. It's like a bit more aggressive here, so we are, I think, expecting a real fight in this game. And well, I don't know. Actually, there are some plus and minuses for both sides. This isolated pawn on d5, but an aggressive one, protected, more or less. But the knight on d3 creates some difficulties for development of white pieces, so we'll see.
Yeah, it looks very interesting. How about this game?
Georgian fight, yes. Well, we're talking about France here, so I don't know whether you should expect big fight here.
They both look very relaxed right
Yes,
now.
exactly.
On the screen, just enjoying
Exactly.
coffee. Um,
I think the first day is not going to be a real fight.
it's
But who
somehow
knows?
just
But
yeah.
who knows? You never know what can happen
Mhm.
on the chessboard. So maybe we can see some surprises later in the game. But until now, I think it's more or less as expected.
Right. We can go to the next
And
game.
yes, Rui Lopez here. Well, more or less standard position as well for this opening. White has more space as usual here, but except for this double pawn on C line, there are no other issues for black, I guess. But again,
Right.
white can use this central advantage to develop some kind of initiative and to at least to create some difficulties for black.
Yeah, that's very interesting that Alexander Kostnik has spent a little bit more time from
Right.
the clock to reach this position, but it looks very tempting to have those central pawns.
Exactly.
Yes, and the next game, here we have these two players who were substitutes of the
Right. So they're not competing for qualification
Yeah,
to
that's
the
right.
candidates, but it's a good chance for them to show how talented they are, and sometimes it works. I remember when we invited Jean-Sayab Dumalik as a substitute to one of the events in the previous Women Grand Prix series.
Yeah.
She actually, I think, won in Lausanne,
Lausanne,
as
yes.
far as I remember. So that was quite surprising. So who knows? Maybe the same will happen here.
Yeah, what about the position itself? Looks very sharp.
Yes, white playing aggressively. So it was Sicilian, right? I
That's
guess,
right, it has been Sicilian.
Yes,
Can
correct.
go through very fast in the opening. And H3 has been chosen here with G4.
And H4, yes. I didn't see this opening. Well, probably there is series still, but quite aggressive one, yeah. And
Yes.
of course, white king. It's the usual thing in Sicilian when white will try to attack on the king side, and if white will have a castle on the queen side, then of course before and C line will be used to counter attack. So we will see what will happen, and then who will be faster.
Yes,
this
it'll be
game.
faster. That's exactly the issue of this opening. And the last game
Yeah, two
is
players, yes, representing FIDE now, but of course who belong to the Russian Chess Federation, and yeah, the standard development of the knight through G3 to F5. I played this in my childhood. But black with a knight on H5. Interesting. Interesting. I
So
don't know. I don't
after-
know. You are better in this, maybe. But now, yes. Now in Rui Lopez, white normally played the D3, C3, and then slow development of the initiative. So without any immediate threats, but with
cooking up
with
some good fights.
yeah, and with the chance
slowly.
that if black will be inaccurate at some point, then anything can happen, as we could see in Astana, for instance.
Right, that's true. Out of all the games we just covered, very, very quickly all the games, we can expect here some decisive results already.
Yeah,
in
I
the first
think
round.
in 1 or 2 games we can expect not more than 2, I would guess, but yeah.
Okay, I will bet for more decisive results. We're gonna see in the
I
end.
would say 1 or 2.
Okay, I will say more than like about 3 or 4 decisive games. You're following chess games closely, right? So, what is your favorite opening that you like to?
Rui
to
Lopez
play?
for sure, yeah. for white and Sicilian for black. Yeah, that's what I play.
Okay.
Normally, of course, sometimes I have to face d4 or c4, and then I'm not that comfortable. But I can play Nimtsovich against d4, and of course, well, against c4, just to put pieces into right places and see what will happen, more or less.
Yes, that's a good strategy. Thank you so much for joining us for the broadcast and answering all these questions. I hope that chess will get more and more interest from the big companies, so we can have more championships like this happening. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Joining here, FIDE President Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich was with us. We're going to take a very short break and we'll be back with the commentary.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix, and here we are, Keti and Alik here in the studio. The games has been just started. Now it's time to take a look at the overall standings of the Grand Prix points to check out what's the situation right now. Alik, you mentioned about Giner, who is not playing at this competition. We can explain what's the reason of not playing at the competition.
Yes. I can go, yeah. So basically, we have a pool of originally it was 16 players, but because of substitutes, there are now 18 players, which play out of the four legs of the Grand Prix. Each can play only in 3 legs, and those, according to the places they take in each leg, they get Grand Prix points. So the first place, I believe it's 160 points for the first place, 130 for the runner-up, and 110, I believe, or 100 for the third one.
110, yes.
110, yes. So as we can see, Giner, she scored 100, and if there is a tie, then the points are split. So she already played 3 of her tournaments, and she basically finished her all her tournaments with 308 points, which is a very high mark. But she can not really be too happy about her play, about her chances to we're talking about the first two places, right? So about the qualifications to the candidates. She is a good contender for the prizes, but her chances are not so great for the first two places because all of Goryachkina, Kostyniuk, and Lagno, they all play in this final leg. They still have one leg to go, and if they score in the two of them score in the upper upper part of the tournament, then they will pass Jujiner.
They need about 60 points only to pass Jujiner, so that's not too much too.
That's not too much,
Yeah.
but I might remind you that the last tournament in the men's, the last tournament that just took place now with both players from Astana, Nepo and Ding, they played the tournament and they scored at the very bottom. So nothing in chess, nothing is guaranteed. Because your name is Goryachkina or Lagno, you're not guaranteed to get points.
True.
Never.
That's personally hearted me. I have to admit here that really hearted me to see the world champion, the current world champion Ding Liran and Jane Pomnishi, the 2 times winner of the candidates tournaments, being on the lowest part of the standings.
Yes, but I think it's quite understandable. After such a tense tournament, you don't. I think the last thing you want to do is play chess in a serious tournament because,
True.
especially for both of them, but especially for both of them for different reasons, obviously.
Yeah.
But and then you come. As Ding, for instance, you come as a world champion and everybody has this extra motivation to beat you, right?
Yes.
I think Anish tweeted that he's the first player ever to beat
World champion. Yes.
3 times the world champions, I think, in 1 year or something like that.
Yes. That's indeed the situation. So what we are talking is that these 2 players, Alexandra Goryachkina, Alexander Kostyniuk, and Katerina Lagno, has the best chances if their tournament goes on their way. We're gonna check it out, all these things. Let's start with Alexandra Goryachkina, Alik, and we were talking about Bishop D3. It was
Yes.
such a mysterious move. Shall we once again take a look what was happening
So
here?
while Arkady was commentating brilliantly here, I must say. So we had a chance to take a little bit of a deeper look at this position. So and apparently, they say that the correct move here is just to play b3, protecting the knight. We're sacrificing an exchange, and then the king recaptures on f1.
Okay, because if you capture with the bishop or with the queen, you're gonna drop the d5.
Right, exactly. So, for instance, if we capture, then this is game over, basically. So, king takes f1, and what's interesting here is that this knight on b4 has has no squares at all to go. So, so white has this simple threat of a3. It's not entirely clear how black can defend, right? So one move would be to play maybe a5, but then we drop the a5 pawn, and white has this positional compensation for the exchange. Very strong, very good pieces. A pair of bishops, which is by itself a good asset to have. So apparently there is a very good compensation for the exchange, and what strikes me that both players really knew it all the way, because those complications you cannot calculate instantly. So we believe that they were both in their book. And the position now that we have now, this is the current position, right? So first, whenever you see the knight on d3, what's the
Octopus.
memory? The octopus knight, obviously, yes. So if anybody, if to whoever does not know the term the octopus knight, it's Garry Kasparov's knight on d3 from the famous from his famous 16th game in the World Championship match against Anatoly Karpov, where he sacrificed the pawn to plant a knight on d3, which completely paralyzed the whole white's position, and it's an immortal game, basically.
Right.
So this is I think every professional chess player, when you see a knight on d3, this is the knight.
Yes.
You see an octopus. You don't see a knight. So, but there is a big difference here. So in that game, the knight was very strongly supported by all the pieces. White could not really expel it very confidently. Whereas here, the knight is really a little bit disconnected from his army. And a big part in it is played by the pawn on d5, the strongly protected pawn on d5, which really prevents black from the black pieces from defending the knight along the d file. So I believe that we shall see both players will try. White should try to start getting rid of this knight, because this knight can be strong, but it can be very weak, very vulnerable now, right? So
Can
for
be
instance,
target for white.
it can be a target because it has no legal moves, which do not lose the knight at this time. And I really like this h3 move. First of all, of course, the pawn cannot be taken because the bishop was doing this very important job of protecting the pawn. And the idea, I think, first of all, we prevent any jumps of the knight to g4, which would so basically what black wanted to do here is to play knight g4 and then maybe transfer the knight to e5 or target the bishop on e3, right?
Yes, that's...
So h3 is a prophylactical move, and it also is quite, I think, g4 might be an outright...
yeah, I like g4.
Because let's see. For instance, if you just make a move rook d8, g4...
Let me tell you one silly move here after bishop g6. How about you just play f4 here?
I wanted to suggest this silly move as well. Because basically this is a fork, right? So we are threatening to capture the bishop with on g6. And we are threatening to, for instance, if you try to save your bishop, then we cut the bishop away from the protection of the knight, and we go home, right?
Right.
So f4, I like your suggestion a lot. So I think this is a threat, right? So it looks like this is losing for black outright.
The move h3 is the move that avoids all the black's ideas. Like knight g4 looks really nice here for black, but also threatens some unpleasant. Maybe white is not really planning to play g4 f4, but it's so unpleasant, you know, when you see this threat is happening.
So and suddenly you start asking questions and some unpleasant questions, because ideally black would love to have some time to do something with this pawn on d5, to either play maybe c6, which is but it's a very problematic move because c6 is weakening the dark squares so much that you might have it will probably not even work. I'm not talking about this position. I was just thinking, what happens if here, instead of rook f e8, black tried to, let's say,
get rid of the pawn.
Because I would really love to have my d file open to support the knight on d3, this octopus, which
needs to be.
It can be extremely strong, or it can be a meal of white's meal, right? So. But here I think we have some tactical issues. So, for instance, there are knight b6 jumps. I'm not sure how
Oh,
to
yes,
make it work.
That's move c6 weakens the dark squares on
Right.
the queen sides indeed.
Or maybe the problem is, the problem is that it weakens the queen side so much that white will have some immediate tactics,
Yeah.
right? So and then the knight can go to a5, and I think we just won a pawn because you cannot even protect this pawn on c6 very conveniently because this runs into knight b6 with a fork. And I should clean their errors a little bit, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Wow,
this is-
very nice position.
yeah,
Very
and
nice position.
I really like white here. I think black a little bit overextended.
The time situation is something that really gets my attention because I don't really often see Alexandra Gorishkina been so behind on the clock, 10 minutes. Right now, it's not a big deal. She can totally afford it. But so far, what we have seen, there are some threats that she has to take care.
Yes, absolutely, and she has a lot to think about. Now, what would we think about if we are black? So the most natural move, maybe, I want to say h5. Maybe it's only natural to me, but
It is good looking to stop g4 happening to get more space advantage on the king side. I like this move.
and the modern scheme is if you don't know what to do, push the h pawn, right? So
h4, h5.
so
that's right.
you just push the h pawn, and so this might be, but look at Dinara. She's so relaxed, right? She looks like
This is her home preparation. That looks to me like that. She's quite relaxed. She knows what is this position. Maybe she has not analyzed up to this point. This is move already 15, 16. But sometimes you analyze the position and then you know the plan.
yeah,
And if
exactly.
she knows the plan is to play on the octopus knight, then she feels more confident.
I totally agree, and this is actually what you said is something that the viewers should really understand, that the theory, when we analyze the theoretical lines, it's not only about the exact moves, it's even more about plans and ideas and some strategic directions which really help you to calculate later on during the game,
Right.
to when you know where you're going, right? So
Right. So when I used to play chess competitions, as a chess professional, I remember that I was always telling my coach, "Don't to give me too much lines because it gets me really tired to memorize all those lines." But to tell me the plan, then I can somehow come up the moves by myself in out the plan if I know the plan, and that was working quite well for both of us. Alexandra just made a move, and she played
what did
b5.
she played b5.
Uh,
Well, we were right
this is
about the
interesting.
5. It's just the file that we were wrong about.
Actually, I think she understood the problem here. That's the knight, and she wants to make sure that e5 square is free for the knight on d3, so there will be no danger for this knight.
So she's she wants to flee with the knight, right, to e5. But I have to say, I'm not very comfortable with the weakening on the queen side.
Right.
So, for instance, my first intention is to play knight a5 here. And I want to have my own little octopus on c6. So after b5, what I feel is that d5 pawn gets much stronger because you cannot. It's much harder for you to undermine it with c6. And I have a very nice landing place on c6 with my knight.
Right.
So probably, what do you think? So knight b2 is or knight e5? So there might be an idea to transfer the knight on to c4. Maybe this is what what Gorachkin is trying to do. But here, I'm not sure about this. About this position, what is that? So if we go to c4, then just we take,
And then we take the pawn on h3.
and then the pawn on h3 is a target, and we do not have time to win the pawn on c7 because there is some unpleasant.
That's pretty much game over after knight g4.
This is a bit unpleasant for white. So, and if we don't take on c7, then our king is just too weak to probably even consider it as a human. Maybe computer would find some strange defense here, but as a human, you don't really want to go into this. So, maybe the justification is very concrete. So knight a5 looks forced, right? We don't have knight d2 is a move, but I don't really see any point to put it on d2.
Yeah, looks very passive.
So, and okay, so if queen b3, then we have this problem of knight c4 and taking on c4 with the tempo. What about queen e2? Does it make any difference?
I think very least we can do knight c4, the similar ideas, and now
Another problem is
bishop d3
bishop
additional.
d3. So it's a kind of a fork anyway.
So far, what I have seen, I like b5 for black.
Yeah, b5 is a very concrete approach. So maybe all that we said before about, and this is a very interesting principle because you can generalize, talk about some general ideas. This is strong, this is not strong in chess. But in the recent years, especially since the last 20 years, chess has become so much concrete. So, yes. And many of those principles that we were brought on as chess players, I belong to the old generations, which we were looking at those squares and those positionals. This is a good knight, bad knight, good bishop. These still work, but the computers have shown us that sometimes they play a secondary role to some really concrete things. And here it's what we might see, because generally you would say, okay, b5 is not a good move because you weaken too much. Right. But concretely it works, and the concrete justification is because h3 is hanging in this line that we saw. So if, for instance, in this line, if the pawn had the pawn been on h2, so black is just lost, right? If the pawn is now on h2, right, or the king is protected. So and this is in a way when a novice player sees, or for instance, if we see some computer evaluations, which the bar drops like from 0 to -4 or to +4, right, and you say, how can he not see it? Like, he's a grandmaster or she's a grandmaster. How can she miss it? But the justification of this drop can be like 5 or 6 moves later because the pawn is not protected on a different, in a really sideline, or which you don't even consider. So.
Yeah, true. We have to give a lot of compliments to Alexandra Gorachkina to find this very specific move, which
heads off, really.
Which really changes the direction of the game. Dinara took some time, some moment, because when you see a move like b5 weakening the square on c6, it's quite shocking.
Yeah,
and you ask yourself why this happened. But now we said knight b2 the move, and knight e5 move. Those two moves, knight moves targeting c4 square, but have the different approach. Knight b2 is more aggressive. that suits very well Alexander's character
Yes,
here.
and it's also the first move that you calculate, right? Because you always the first line is the most forcing line that you calculate when you calculate the
Yeah,
lines.
threats, yes. But
And
on the other hand, knight e5 is also a threat because
Agree.
you threat to take the pawn on h3.
And you also still and you move the knight from being attacked. But on the other hand, you give white some time to think. And now I'm going to suggest something stupid. But you, by the way, get used to it. I'm going to do it a lot. Now I was
I'll
going
put up
to
very big competition here, suggesting the moves. I know what you want to do. You want
Yeah, I
to do
want to play
f4 and
G4.
g4. Yes.
I wanted to play g4. It's not my pieces, so let's do it.
Right. Bishop g6, I suppose, can be played
Well,
here.
I was considering for a moment bishop d3 because if you play bishop g6, then yes, then I have two options, and well, this one looks winning basically.
Yeah, knight is hanging and the bishop on g6 will be trapped.
Right.
Alexandra made a move. I
She
don't
made a
see
move, and I think
knight
the
on-
knight is still on d3. So what did she?
She played bishop to d6.
Aha. Well, she's creating another threat. She wants to let's maybe show it because she wants to take, for instance, if white does nothing, she wants to just take on g3 and use the fact that the pawn was protecting both the bishop and the pawn on g3 and just winning a pawn. But I'm not sure. I have to say, I'm not sure.
Yeah, this gives some time to white. I think I know why Alexandra decided to play bishop to d6. I think she just don't want to trade too many pieces because she's a player who is not rushing to make any draws any faster. She needs to build up more tension on the board.
This is so you're saying that she's playing for she wants to keep
She always plays for a win.
for a
Yes,
win.
she always plays
And,
for a win. That's for sure. But the thing is that knight b2 kind of forcing herself to trade knights and then pawns. So
Okay.
those pieces will be off the board already, very close to the end game. Where meanwhile bishop d6 gets more and more threats. However, Dinara can use this time right now and play knight c6, for instance. attack
That's
the
my
rook.
first intent. That was the whole idea behind knight a5, right? But now this can become very tricky, right? So
Like another move that really gets the attention is bishop d4, because you're avoiding these threats from black, and you want to take the knight on f6 and double the pawns. Who likes to play with double pawns on the king side?
not on the king side for sure, and not in general. That's true.
Yes.
Yeah. So knight d4 is also a move where. And we still basically we go back to the same ideas that we had before, but with this plan that bishop f6 is hanging. So maybe bishop e5 is a move now.
Bishop e5, that's right. And perhaps
somehow
now knight c4, knight c6, sorry.
Yeah, knight c6. I was actually planning to take on d4 somehow. I was planning to take on d4 and you take back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what is this position?
Knight e5. I really want here to play d6 kind of moves, like f4,
Yes, d6.
g4. Very,
Um,
very tempting position here for white. But what the lines shows us is black also has some options.
Black has some options, absolutely. But I think optically, white looks better a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take
Right.
a look maybe at some
Other
other games,
games.
because
There is one really tempting game, Kilbasa and Mamazada.
yes. While you were commentating with Arkady here. So, first of all, I thought it was the Keres line of the Schwenningen Sicilian, because how it goes like this, right, and G4, and then sometimes black can play H6 and H4. So if we remember this position, this is a theoretical line, which is considered to be bad for black. So white, but they went, they got this position from a Najdorf with H3 and G4. So basically, white has made. So this is in the new popular lines to play H3, like in the Ding variation when he played H3. So now it's becoming a fashion, yeah.
Yes.
And so white says, okay, the position is so good that I'm willing to spend even an extra tempo here, just to get it done. And it looks like both of them are out of their preparation. They're both playing chess, and which is always good. So what they teach us basically is that whenever your opponent is attacking on one of the flanks, on the king side or the queen side, you should normally try to strike in the center, right? Yes. Because she shifts her attention to one of the sides, and she weakens the center. And once you manage to break the center, then those active pieces on the king side the advanced it's not pieces. The advanced pawns on the side will become weaknesses rather than something threatening. So this is normally what goes on in the Sicilian. In basically in 5 minutes, if you ask me, explain Sicilian to me, that's what I would say. So white tries to attack on the king side. Yes. And black, if black can attack on the queen side, good. If not, then it will try to break in the center.
That's right.
And that's what Gunay is trying to do. But I don't. So white has many options here. First of all, we can try and close the position with e5 here, right? And now we are getting some strange French-like position, where white was quite fast on one hand to make progress on the king side, and it's not really clear what is black's progress on the king side, because I think we are just in time to stabilize here, to keep the d4 square. Because in French, it's very important to keep the d4 square and prevent black from freeing her position with d4. So I would first probably here consider e5 with white, but I have a suspicion that black is planning to play.
Black
e4.
is not going to bring pieces back. She wants to open up the center. She will bring everything in the center.
And I think she has merits, because these are very committal moves. So if you don't get somewhere fast, and especially if you play h3 and h4 in the opening, as black, if you don't know, for instance, you don't know what's the current position, you don't have the engine with you, but you sit here and you think, okay, did I do anything so bad to be lost? Like, you remember in the press conference that with Nepo and Ding, when you asked him about knight g5, if he was scared about knight g5 h4 idea, and he said, I did nothing wrong, I shouldn't be lost here, you know. So it's exactly, I think it should cross Gunay's thoughts here, that she didn't do anything wrong.
That's
and
right.
White played h3, a3, and I shouldn't be bad here. And I think this is by this thought process, she said, okay, maybe I'm even entitled to play d5 because I'm ready, and white is playing with her pawns for now. So, but again, you know, all those general thoughts, you have to back it. You have to back it up with with variations. So basically, I think the main, I think our main line here would be knight e4 on e5, and it should be okay for black, I think, because if you capture, for instance, so we managed to make our bishop a little bit longer, right? It works a little bit better, and this e4 pawn is now protected by the bishop, and we suddenly have some we have some lines and some diagonals to play along.
Yeah, this pawn on e4 might look a little bit weak for our viewers who are not very familiar with Sicilian ideas. But as a Sicilian player, you can call this as a chance.
Yes,
that is open
you love
position.
you love to see your pawn on e4,
Right.
and another thing is that when white plays g4 and h4 so early, so she basically wants to be in time to play g5. So this whole concept basically is you want to be, for instance, let's say black shuffles one move and plays bishop e7. So white wants to make this g5 advance and force the knight to go to d7. Oh, obviously not blundering, but we want to force the knight to d7, and then we have some very nice space advantage on the king side, which allows us to continue some attack, or it depends on how exactly we get here. So here, for instance, we would have queen h5 and the knight, or for instance, look at this beauty. So we could, no, not this one. So here we would have knight takes e6, I think.
Then check.
And check is always good. Like somebody said, check is almost a mate. So it's always very nice to give a check.
If you give so many checks in the end, it might
So
be
maybe one of them will be a mate, yes. So, and now maybe
g6,
creating
checkmate
some
threats.
nasty threat. It's not over, but just showing you the ideas, right? So, okay, let's. I think I look at this line. We're threatening here,
Wow.
and if you take,
You take
we
first.
take on d6.
No,
A mate is threatened,
checkmate.
and I
Wow.
think you cannot defend. Can you? No, you can go here, but then we just win back one piece. And we have what? We have two pawns already and we have this move. Look at
And
this.
castle and then bring in the
And
rook.
we just caught this guy.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Because if you go here, then we'll just check. Of course, this is all a hallucination of a madman. So,
wow.
but just goes you to show
that's a
the
beautiful
plans
line.
of this. We both played Sicilian, so we know those lines, and this kind of position is what gets white excited, right? So, and
Yeah, that kind of lines very often brings the question, why I play Sicily? Why I didn't play something more calm? By the way, e5 has been played. We might see all this crazy.
we might see
crazy
we might see
lines.
knight e4, and I would guess that knight e4 should be the move, unless maybe there is something concrete which we are not entirely sure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the interesting thing is that these two players are substitute of the players who has qualified at the Grand Prix. Olivia Kolbasa is the substitute of Alina Kashlinskaya, who got the wild card here, and maybe our viewers don't know much about Olivia, as she's just rising right now. For last 2 years, she's increasing so much her rating. Her current rating is 24, 24-11. If I'm not 24-22 FIDE rating, and she is from Poland. She's international master. One of the performances that I think all of us remember her is the previous Olympiad, where she has scored 9.5 out of 11 for Polish team, which is
Amazing result.
it is amazing indeed to have such a result. And she also played a very nice tournament at the Women European Individual Chess Championship in 2021. Also in 2022, she had success at this very, very same tournament. As I remember, she became second vice champion on that event, and that's the tournament where she got her first IM title, IM norm, and the next norm she got in the extra league, and the final norm she got at the Olympiad. And ever since, she's increasing a lot her rating. And as the president of the FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich, mentioned that this can be really good chances for the players like Olivia, and also Gunay is the substitute player of the main players of the Grand Prix. So we're gonna see. This is just the first round.
Yeah,
We're gonna keep the eye on Olivia and
I would
Gunay.
argue that they both are in a very nice psychological position, because they don't really have much to lose here, and whereas all the others have a lot to lose, right? So the weight on each game, especially against them, because for instance, if you speak about Olivia, she's the lowest rated, right? Or she's one of the So
Right.
so those pre-tournament favorites, they would try to win against her with any color, and this could be a great chance for her, especially that her rating, as you just said, it might be very misleading, because she is a bit lower rated, but she's on a very rising path. So her real strength is probably much higher.
It might be higher. Very interesting game. 94 has been played. Alik, shall we take a look at the game of two women world champions, Alexandra Kostyuk and Tan Zhongyi?
Yes, please.
We
Let's
have not seen.
Okay,
Look at these cons. I love it.
Are you sure they cannot hear us? Because
Oh yeah, they are so far. Don't worry.
because they start all playing those strange moves as if they see us. So
I thought you really asked me this question, because for a moment I thought that I was just too loud, but they are just far. They are just far.
okay,
from
just
us.
make sure. Anyway, so it started. We haven't visited. You visited this game with Arkady. So it's Roy Lopez and the exchange variation. And by the way, I wanted to tell you something that I noticed, and also in the last World Championship match between Nepo and Ding, and in many recent tournaments, and even I think Anish said it now, that chess has changed so much that you don't really expect to get. So your objective in the opening shifted from getting some advantage or catching your opponent to just getting a game, right? I just want to get some game when I can play and outplay my opponent without her being in her book for like 50 moves. And basically this is what Magnus has been doing for the last 20 years. So he finds those lines that okay, I don't
Gets
have any
everyone out
advantage.
of the-
Let's say it's even equal, but let's play chess, and people start adopting. I think more and more adopting this approach.
The
Of,
approach, yes. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
yeah, this is
More
it's-
interesting.
It's much more interesting
Yeah.
because, yeah, for a lazy guy like me, studying at home, it's very tedious, and finding some novelty on move 37, which gives you 0 plus 5. it's, but you have to do it. And now they're going to some game, and you looked at this position, and white has a little bit of a space advantage, and as you said, nobody likes to play with the doubled pawns,
But everybody likes to play with pair of bishop.
exactly, and this is the trade-off, and that's what you said. That's what you say with the basically that's what you said here, right? When you took on c6, you said, okay, I give you the pair of bishops, but I will have some slight space advantage, and I will have a little bit of pressure. And then all this goes out of the window with g4.
Yeah.
And this goes again. So sometimes 20 years ago, g4 maybe would not even be considered in this move. But today, we are very concrete in trying to solve problems, and the main we had a problem here, right? We needed to protect the pawn on d4, and we had a problem that we cannot do it conveniently with bishop e3, because then
can take probably.
Can I quote you again? Nobody likes
double
pawn
on
on the king side, right? So so bishop e3 is not an option here, and what do you do? So you might say that queen b3 maybe you don't want to play,
but it's also some sort of like try to escape the pin. Otherwise, knight on f3 was pinned. And
then this is a place where you start missing your light square bishop to play bishop e2, right? So like to play like this, but you can't. So and g4. So this is interesting. We are weakening the dark squares.
Did Tanjanki already play the bishop f4 in that position?
Yeah, I think it's on the board.
Oh, okay.
This is the current position, and this is.
I like
we
this
should have
move.
started with. I like this move a lot. Yes.
Because if you trade the dark square bishops, then you're gonna have such a big front on the dark squares on the king side.
Absolutely. Let's just show it for the viewers. So, for instance, let's say we are trading the bishops, and now you don't have a piece to handle all of this, right?
Yeah.
So, and black can start really getting with her pieces inside those weakened squares, like of course.
h5. Some bad things can happen here.
Knight f4
H5.
is a fantastic place for the knight. Then h5 comes, and then you know, g4 is one of those moves that if it works, then you are a genius. But then if you lose a game because of a queen of the weakness on the king side, then you say, how could I make this move? You know, so.
One game came to my head now when Ali Reza played g5 recently. I think 2 days ago against Duda.
Right. Yeah.
When he played g5, everybody was like, why he played g5 here? Even I was like, why g5 here? But when you see g5 because he lost it, and he just lost it so easily. But then when you see some nice attacks, starting with g5,
he's a genius.
Wow.
That's
amazing.
That's a problem of such moves. But and she did play rook d1 as we expected.
Alik, I have a question, and before I ask the question, I have to read out this comment. I saw one of the first comments here on our YouTube chat Gridmaster Alik, I saw you in FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament also. Wonderful commentary.
Oh.
So that's the comment. I wanted to read it out, and I want to ask you the question because you were commentating on the finals candidates of women candidates finals where Tanjongi was playing against Lei Tingji, and you were very closely analyzing her game, her style, how she's handling all the positions, and can you somehow describe her style? How she's feeling comfortable, what the positions she's feeling comfortable, and what kind of situations, like sharp positions, more solid positions, is comfortable for her.
Yeah, well, I have to say that she's an amazing player, and she likes sharp positions. She's very aggressive. Both of them are, both her and Lei. I think she was a little bit out of form in that match, and she ran into Lei, who was in a great shape. So the result, the final result, is a little bit misleading because all the games were very tense and very interesting. But again, she's a formidable player, and in many of those games, if you remember, as you were also commentating on this match,
with Alexander Kostonik was
yes,
playing here.
So you also know a thing or two about this match.
Oh yes, so what I have noticed, and we were talking a lot with Alexandra, she's very fast. She plays very fast, extremely fast. And there's no fun to get into the tie breaks with her. This is her territory. This is her territory. You guys, the tournament, the FIDE Women Grand Prix just started. This is our first day. We are in Cyprus, beautiful island. Everything around is very lovely. The weather, and girls are also feeling fantastic here. At the hotel and playing venue because the conditions are quite nice. We do have a surprise for you, surprise guest, so don't go anywhere because we're going to take very short technical break and we'll be back with a guest. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE from Prix here in Cyprus, and here we have the guest, world champion Vichy Anand with us, who made the first ceremonial move for Harika Dronavali.
Yeah.
Vichy, you guessed the move 1c4.
No, I did not guess the move. A little bit before the move, somebody asked Harika what it should be, and she said, oh, 1c4. So I just knew that I had to play 1c4. What was surprising was Bibisara, because then they asked her, what will you reply to 1c4? She said knight f6. Actually, she said knight f6 even before, or very quickly afterwards. So it seemed almost knight f6 no matter what she plays. I don't know about Alik, but anyway. So, so Timur promptly played knight f6. Then she took it back and changed her mind and played g6, which I thought was mischievous. But anyway.
She took it so fast, actually. We saw it.
Yes.
She just took it so fast.
Yeah, so that was, I was a bit surprised afterwards to see g6, because I thought I heard her say knight f6, but anyway.
Oh, that was actually funny moment out there. We thought that because we can't hear
Of
what's
course.
the conversation and so on. We saw on the camera that it was quite a tension, or maybe they were trying to be focused. That this is the last Grand Prix for them. You were in the playing venue. How can you describe the whole situation and if there is any tension?
My feeling is 3 minutes before the game, there's no point trying to talk to players. They are thinking about what's going to happen, and everyone is somehow irritating them. If you're standing nearby and waiting to make a move and all. I don't mean really irritating, but somehow you're waiting for that to finish and you can start playing. So you're just tense because the game is coming closer and closer. So.
Yeah, that's right. And before we go to the chess part, if you can tell us what will be activities that you will be doing here as part of the side event of the Grand Prix. We heard that you will do the simultaneous.
Yes, tomorrow I'll have a simultaneous with some youngsters. Today I did a lot of interviews in Limassol, and just got back a little bit before the game. And hopefully tomorrow morning I'll get a chance to go a little bit sightseeing. I mean, first time in Cyprus, so it's a pity to just come and go. So I'm happy to spend a few minutes doing that, and then yeah, already it's time to go back. So
Yeah, so
on
fast,
Thursday.
right?
Yeah, it's a pretty rushed trip, but it's lovely here for sure.
I have to vocalize the viewers from Astana that they were very sad that you left so fast from the World Championship match, and the same happens here.
Yes, 4 games was what I could manage there, and that's true.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at the chess games. Shall we take a look at Harika's game against Bibisara? What is happening? Who is having better position?
Okay, that is interesting, because when I was coming down in the lift, I was just here, and I was wondering how she was going to play, because knight e8 is a nice plan. You're going to go f5, e4, and then in the meantime, white has to try to do something fast, and the answer now I see is that knight d2, f5. It's a tough move to make. And now she's gone f4. Maybe she was worried about g5, just to play f4, because she could also play knight a4 first.
Right.
So what clearly she's gone for is that this pawn structure is now seriously bad. It also comes in Rosolimos and so on, and when there's no d pawn, that white simply has this plan. Very nice square. There's a little bit of a traffic jam with the knights. Both knights would like to be in that square. So I mean, if this knight had, it's another question, should she have gone knight e1? Because then you have knight d3, and I like that more. The knight on d2 looks slightly out of place in this thing. But maybe knight e1, black would be able to do something. Bishop d7. I can't see what, because knight d3 is a good square. Maybe knight e1 was simply a better move. Because if you go knight a5, that looks kind of silly. And we can say that f5 e4 is a positional threat, but now that I mean, as I was mentioning this, I suddenly thought, why not move the knight somewhere else? And in fact, knight e1 looks better.
Yeah, it does look better, but
I
it's
can't
kind of
see exactly.
squeezed the rook and the knight for a moment.
For a moment, but once it comes to d3, it's beautiful. But also look, on d2, it's just as squeezed, because the rook can come here, but the knight doesn't have a good square, unless you're going back. Okay, Harika has gone f4, which I guess she was worried about some g5, f4, and she decided to shut it down. Still, I would say white's position looks nice. If you go e4, I can play knight a4 right away. White can maneuver his knights. The basic thing is this thing constitutes a wall. It takes away the d5 square permanently, and there's also the knight can come to c5. And these double pawns are kind of helpless in this scenario. So my evaluation would be that white is slightly better, but as I think about it, I would have preferred knight e1.
Yeah, that's indeed very interesting idea to get this knight on e1 and then d3 and then c5.
Yes.
Or b4 after
Oh yeah.
taking on.
I mean, once if one knight goes to a4, the other one can go to b4. And,
Right.
There's also interesting jumping happening.
Vishay, this bishop takes c6 is not so easy decision to make. If we can explain to our viewers, because to give up, to change the light square bishop, which has this big open diagonal for the knight, how strong is this idea?
The problem is it's kind of use it or lose it. One more move and black plays e4. And you don't really want to be breaking with f3. So in a sense, it was now or never. And like I said, the structural advantages of having a knight on c5 are big enough. It's not the end of the world. Even after knight c5, you can play bishop f7. But nonetheless, it gives you a starting point over there. For me, the question is, if black plays e4 now, where is this other knight going to go? Is it going to come f1, e3? Is it going to go b1, a3? I mean, as I'm trying to make plans with that second knight, I really wish it had gone to e1, because then it's obvious you go knight d3 and you have some interesting squares to think about. But f4 and then just move it up to a4.
How about if you get this knight on e1 and then you take the knight on c6? Black can have this e4 idea and your knight on e1 will be just stacked.
Yes, but
like yeah,
I think I'm just I'm a move faster because I get out of the cage.
Okay, and then f4.
And then f4. From d2, it's much harder to reroute. It's already 2 more moves to a good square. And the problem with c3 is, again, there's a traffic jam. There's already one knight which left that square. So I don't see where it's going to go. But nonetheless, black doesn't have any way to trouble white. I don't know. Let's say I make a move like knight f6.
Right.
You can play fe5, whereupon I go knight h5. g4, I think f4 is going to work for me. Yes. And I mean, I can even play knight f3. And if you do this now, I go knight e5. So by now, you're committed to taking and hoping that this is somewhat unpleasant for white. It's not a huge thing, but I suspect at least white is reasonably comfortable. e4 is tough to make also because then you're shutting down everything for black, because I can play king f2, rook fd1, slowly bring my pieces out, and that ace a pawn is going to be slightly weak sooner or later. I'm not sure how to evaluate this very fast, but just looks very pleasant for white to me.
That's right. We have some of the games today which are quite sharp. For instance, the game of Dinara Wagner and Alexandra Gorechkina, it's really tense the way how they're playing. The last moment that we have seen this position was somewhere here, h3, and then b5 has been played. And here we had this thought to see knight b2, knight c4 happening, but instead of that, Alexandra decided to play bishop d6, and after bishop d4, now knight went to b2 and a4.
A4 is
It's getting
a
really,
strange
really
plan.
tense.
Knight c6, and then she has gone rook ac8. Even though if she had taken on c3, then I take with the queen, and suddenly both are attacking here. Okay, let's have a little think. Can I do this? But then you take and you attack the queen as well, so that doesn't work. But her point is, if you take on a4, then I'm taking on h3, so I will get some counterplay on the king side. For the moment, I don't see why I should think. What else can I do?
Can I double the pawns on the king side with bishop f6?
Gf6 and then g4 maybe?
Yeah, g4.
But there's always counterplay, no? Even if you take your pawn, fine, you take your pawn, but I will play f5. And then if you play f3, maybe h5. I mean, I don't really want to play f3, but queen d1. It's a funny pawn because this bishop is very secure, this bishop is very secure, you'll always have some play. Rook a8. How should we proceed here? Once again, we could try this idea of g4. I don't know where black should go.
Bishop d3, bishop c4.
Bishop d3. I was hoping knight a4 would work, but you have rook, bishop takes f1. I know I cannot interpret. Yeah, this is true. Here you're going to maybe even win the d5 pawn somehow. So, sorry. White could do this. Okay, I'll take it for the moment. You take here. I double these pawns. And try to come back with the queen to f3 or something, queen b3, but I'm not really going to claim that white is better. The problem is if I do that, where's the line? So if after this, if I play queen f3 now, trying to bring this over, then you can start playing f5, f4 as well. So
this can be really dangerous for white.
yes. So my feeling is Gorechkina is doing okay here. But knight b2, a4 is a very unusual plan. I mean, she could also gone back to e5 or something, but
Yes, and also this move rook to a8 looks just a little bit passive, like something that she's waiting her opponent to.
a bit. Well, her one argument should be she just protects the a6 pawn so that she doesn't lose two in both of them, and it doesn't matter where your rook is. From c8 to a8, the distance is the same to e8. So I guess in the end she's either going to, after an exchange, it'll also come to e8, or maybe the rooks will move forward and then you double on the e file. But no big deal, I think.
Right, knight a4 has been played here by Dinara, and Alexandra captured back on a4. We might just see this happening, because like the most like queen f3 here to hit on f6 is not really working, right? Because of bishop e4 idea.
Correct. It's going to lose a pawn, right? Yeah, it's going to. So now I think queen c3 is almost forced, and then I get knight d5 with tempo. So you could have gone. Oh, sorry. You could go queen d1, but same problem. I take and take on d5, and
Right.
black is a pawn up and better, as they say. So
That's the problem.
yeah.
And I see queen is on b2. So takes, and queen went to
Yeah.
b2.
Okay. The problem for white is she's not really equipped for. Okay, it's a good question how black should proceed. Let's try this. Knight h5. So I'm threatening bishop takes f3. H3,
What happens
sorry.
after g4? You just take it?
Yes. Well, then I would take, and now I'm threatening
Queen g4.
knight f4 somewhere.
Mhm.
Just good compensation.
Yeah, somewhere queen h4 can also create some threats.
It's mildly speculative, because if you do f3 and go here,
Mhm.
you play king f1 so that you're threatening queen f2. I mean, no, here there's some knight d3 thing, but I'll have to check. The other thing is after, how do I go back here?
Maybe from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
After this knight h5, I might be able to just play bishop f3. Then that spoils everything.
Oh, that spoils Stefan for sure.
Because if you do this, I can even do this, and now you have to play f5. And okay, so interesting moment. One thing is black could simply take here. Just take. And let's say bishop takes g2, king g2. I'm just throwing out a move like queen g4. How bad is this for black? I'm threatening rook e2, I'm threatening queen e4 check. There are multiple options. Maybe queen f3 is still playable. The other thing is I could keep the two bishops like this. By offering an exchange. If you take, now I have two bishops and some weaknesses here potentially. And if you don't take, then I gained. I'm kind of assuming that starting with this is not a good idea, but it might not be that hopeless, because if bishop g3 I have queen g5 check here. If you do this, then I have check.
Can I play king h?
Yes, and then I play g3.
And after rook g8, there's
Queen f6 check.
Yeah.
And rook g7, rook f3. So interesting decision, queen b2. So obviously queen c3 was a bit naive. You're just walking into knight e4 for nothing. This is a better version. And how is black going to react? Let's try knight h5 again. Because if you play king h2, then you feel that you're asking for trouble here. Even bishop e4 might be nice. And my point was, if knight h5, g4, I'm not convinced of the compensation, but it's not easy to play. And if you go bishop f3, I don't know if I can do this and then just play queen f5. Your bishop has almost no squares left. There's no way to protect it, no squares to defend it. If you play bishop e2, then queen e4 forks, literally. And I get back the... Also queen takes d5.
Yeah. If bishop d1?
Yeah, sorry.
I'll clean up first. Just a
Yeah.
second. I will clean up first the arrows. Yes, and
Yeah.
we can try maybe from here.
Yeah, so no, he doesn't
Yeah.
like the move. Okay, so bishop f3, takes, queen f5. Might just be strong. Bishop d1, queen d5, same problem.
G2
I
is a
think.
threat.
And
the
f1
knight.
is still attacked and everything. No,
Mm.
this is. I like knight h5. We'll have to see if g4 actually, how good or bad it is. Maybe I can play something like bishop e3, so you don't have knight f4.
And after queen to h4.
Rook e1. And claim that after check king f1 you actually have no
Mm.
threat.
Queen c4 and queen e2 can be covered.
Oh, that is nice. Bishop h2 check. I didn't even consider that, but yes. Luckily I have this move, and now queen c4, you have queen e2.
Right.
Okay, let's see one of the other games.
Another interesting game was Olivia Kelbas and Mama Sata Gunai. Also
Yeah.
very, very nice and sharp.
Ooh, okay.
So Vishy, we had here at the beginning move like h3 here,
Yeah.
and then g4, and then we had a3, and then we had h4. So what do you think about this first pawn moves on the third rank and then h4 to start the attack? Losing
It's
some
quite
of the time.
clever. I've noticed that the computer often will do this, that in these long Sicilian variations, it'll start with a3 early and ask you the question, do you really want to play b5?
Hmm.
Because it's so natural for us to reply to b5 with a3. The idea of replying to a3 with b5 is inverted. It's a typical idea. I think here d5, this intermezzo was nice. Oh, she went e5. Okay, I thought she had done knight e4, take, and then g5. So capture, bishop g5, queen a5, check. I don't know what. If I go c3, what is she planning to do? Just knight d7 maybe? Because I'm threatening knight e5 already.
Mhm.
And not easy to defend it. So white should b4 is an option, but after queen c7, I don't think this is going to end well, right?
Yeah, this pawn on e5 seems to be a bit problematic here for white.
Yes.
So queen
Okay,
c3
let's try
check.
the c3 knight d7. C3 knight d7, and then what's the bishop f4? You just play
Bishop
bishop
f4.
e7 and queen c7,
Mhm.
and then you even have knight c5 somewhere. Looks kind of nice for.
Knight c5 looks nice, yeah. Knight d3 ideas. Yeah, very interesting, because after queen a5 here, white has to somehow react. And knight d7 is not the move that needs so much of the calculation, right? It's just
Mhm.
developing move and attacking the pawn.
Yes,
on
queen
e5.
f5 that had the advantage of being fast-paced.
Mhm.
I mean, my idea was to go queen c7, but
Mhm.
then maybe white can just do queen d2. The problem still after knight d7, how do you defend this? But maybe the idea is just to castle and say, show me.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, because black's king is still somewhere in the middle and can be target.
it looks very safe to me, but these things get caught there in the end, and then
Mm.
suddenly it's a bit late. But of course, queen a5 check is faster, because if white wastes it on a pawn move. I don't know if queen d2 is a serious option, because I will take. You cannot take with the king because of e3 check, obviously,
Mhm.
and then you're winning that. So you would have to take with the bishop. And once again, knight d7, and what's the plan for white. So it does. On the face of it, I don't see what white is going to do. Bishop d2 looks very strange. On the other hand, bishop d2, you're going,
H7.
yeah, queen e2.
If you play knight d7, then first I take on e4. So if I take queen e5,
I castle long. Ah, but this won't work. You can actually get 3 pieces for the queen. You can go queen b6. Then if I do rook d8, queen d8, bishop d8, king d8, this might be good for black.
too many pieces. Yeah.
Probably. So queen a, if I check, I'm not sure what exactly to do.
What do you think about the time situation? 27 minutes against 51. That's a bit of time advantage here for black.
Yes, and oh, we just didn't move 16. So, oof, that's quite a long thing. So maybe Olivia is not completely happy with where this is going. Okay. I think Alexandra Kostenyuk was having an interesting game as well. Okay, she went knight f e5 because black was attacking 2 pawns. Trying to defend, and then b5 has happened.
And what's the idea after knight a5, for instance?
Well, it might be the only move. Ah, there's also queen e3, that's true. There's queen
To
e3.
counterattack the knight on...
Yes, and incidentally defend d2 so that that's taken care of. If you... So what can you do after this? Without knight h3 check. It's not clear what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, because if you take the knight on c4, then queen f4, and I have very nice pawn structure. You have 3 pawns on the c file.
I could do that this way, so that at least I get 1 pawn for my trouble. But f4 might just be good for white, I don't know.
Wow.
I mean, I don't like pushing out like this, but
it might just work after
it might just
f5,
work.
yeah.
I mean, okay, you'll play f6, I'll take, and queen c3 or something. Also a move like queen c3. The only thing is then black has queen g5.
Right.
So queen e3 looks nice to me. I don't see a good square for black.
But why not knight a5?
Yeah,
here?
knight a5. So obviously rook takes
Knight c6.
e5. You have we have knight
Yeah.
takes c6. Okay, let's try this. Queen h4.
Right.
Sorry, knight takes e5. So not sure I have a pawn promotion dialogue. You take.
Too fast.
And I could go king g2 even, in fact.
And after knight f4?
Crazy, but maybe this works. Because this one is defended. So why not? Of course, after knight e6, my king still has to decide where I'm going, but probably this should work out. Also, maybe king f1
is
works, because
also
if you go
nice.
here, you're threatening mate on h1, but I have queen f3 defending.
And attacking the knight as well.
Yes. So knight a5. Ah, so there are 2 decent alternatives for black. Okay, what if I undermine you like this?
c5. I suppose first knight,
Knight
c6.
b7. Ah, knight c6.
Knight oh, I didn't see knight b7 taking the pawn.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So this one, now queen h4 once again. I think at this point I'm attacking h3 and that's kind of useful.
She made the move, and this is not queen to e3. She decided to play queen to e3. Perhaps knight e5 had some drawbacks.
Yes. What? Because now this knight will be left undefended. What if I did queen f6? You'll go knight a5? g5. Ah, queen g5 you want to go. Then I was worried I was just provoking h4.
Okay, h4.
Not yet, yes. The knight is still on c4, so this is crucial. Queen f6. Well, initially my idea was knight a5 to go c5 now, because this is... maybe I can undermine you slightly. But then I saw knight d7 and I'm not even sure where this is going. Now I don't have queen h4. Because suddenly this knight has to be defended. So wait, we'll need a few minutes to sort this out. Queen e3. If queen g5, the idea clearly is this, I have knight takes h3 check. Because there's a queen x-ray over here. Can I go h4? Queen h4, queen f4, h g4, and now something like king g2.
Yeah, getting really interesting here. And queen e3 is also so concrete.
Yeah, how do you clear these arrows?
Here, this is this magical button. Yeah.
There you go. Okay, good. At some point you stop seeing the pieces.
Too many arrows.
Sure. Even instead of king g2, rook c2 might be possible, just to take and try to build up something there.
Yeah, this bishop on g6 is so dominated by the knights on e5.
Yes. It's a dead piece till one day it isn't. I mean, suddenly you can play f6 and it'll come out and come back to life, and then you'll be sorry you laughed at it. But at the moment, it's kind of... but I have to say, queen e3 looks fairly
nice.
comfortable.
Tanjonki just made the... Oh, knight d5? Is that the move?
That is a good move.
wow.
That is true. ed5, bc4, and if dc6, then you have f6 finally.
Right.
And there seems there's no easy way to... knight d5 is a very good move. Because of this underlying pin, that even if I get one piece out of the way, the other one
Then
is
the
there.
rook is also hanging.
I might have to just sacrifice the thing and be done with it. ed5, bc4. There's nothing, I mean, if you play cd5, you're great. So I probably just have to bite the bullet and do this. And one idea is queen c3. If you take like this, but queen e7 is coming. The other idea is to smother, which is ed5, bc4, and just go f4.
Oh, that's interesting. So if you take, you take by d pawn?
Well, I have to, but then this might be the problem now. The new problem is the bishop is able to plug the d file. So maybe knight a5 would have been good after all.
Yeah, it's quite, it can be quite shocking move if you don't consider this move, knight to d5, and to play with queen e3, which is really good looking move, and then suddenly you have knight d5 and you're going through the lines that you can't capture. That's quite unpleasant, because you can also move your queen away, because knight on c4 is hanging simply. Is this forcing to take on d5 now?
Well, let's. Well, what else would you play? You either take it now or in the next move, but I can't see how much later you can keep it. I mean, if you move your queen somewhere and I take, what did you gain? You can play ed5, but then you can do that in the reverse order, and otherwise the knight is escaping.
F6 takes. And F6 is a really strong threat.
Can I go F4?
And after F6,
F5.
bishop F7.
Unfortunately, I still can't take on F7 because you take on E1 check. I guess there is no choice. I have to do this. And if you take, then I'm happy because I get to take and play E6. But if you interpolate a move, I don't know what I'm doing particularly. Of course, next move, it'll be unpleasant for you if I do Queen G3 or something. Oh no, you have Queen D6 pinning. So, one sec, Knight D5 takes. DC4, DC6, F6. No, we were starting with F4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
F4.
Starting with F4 so that I can play F5. For instance, if you did this and I played F5 and you could play F6, and if I capture here, you simply capture back, and then you get the piece back and you're still a pawn up. So Knight D5 is a superb move.
Yeah. Really, really nicely done. And perhaps she was ready for this move when she played B5, because B5 is the move that weakens so much the pawn on C6.
Yeah, B5 is not the kind of move you make if you don't see a way back. Okay, and the last game of the day is
this game we have briefly just covered till some point. Do you see here kingside attack coming any day soon?
I am kind of biased against these pawns. At least when you play bishop e3 and it's the bishop that is exchanged, then there's nothing. But now this bishop on e1 is dead. It's like this same-ish, c3, c4 pawn. Sometimes you're just buried in your own territory. But this bishop is not going to participate in this game.
Okay,
so
it's not the same bishop as on g6, right? It will not come.
Well, at least the bishop in g6 has some hope. You can play f6, bishop f7. Here it's doubled, and you can never push both pawns because there's a pawn on e5. My personal feeling is I already like black. I would take black here any day. So I think fe3 is a strange concept here.
I think the idea was to then get queen somewhere on g3 to create some threats on a file.
Yes, but you're playing with one piece less, is my feeling. That knight h4, oh, she's gone queen d7.
Queen d7.
So she's not worried about the exchange sack. But now I have a little bit of hope. I would try this. I don't know, bishop, queen f2 maybe.
And maybe bishop d2, bishop e1, that's the idea? And bishop h4.
That's very long term, but a bishop d2, rook f1 is my idea. And play for some composition there. No, I wanted to step out for a second. Maybe knight e8. And just ask you what you're doing. I'll play c5. I'll make a lot of useful moves.
Right.
And you can make useful moves, but in the end, after you made all your useful moves, suddenly your bishop will be looking at the c3 pawn and not having any idea how to get out. So that was my evaluation more or less. But
interesting. So maybe after queen to d7, this is the time for Lachner to take this moment and sacrifice the exchange.
yes. Of course, we would have to consider f5 as well. Because now black wants to get rid of his double pawns, her double pawn, sorry. But of course, no, here I get the exchange
And
back.
e4.
I go e4 and I get bishop h6 and I'll get the exchange back.
And this bishop suddenly become really, really strong.
Return to life. Yeah, no, not bishop h3. Excuse me, that's a mouse slip. I was thinking here, and then bishop h6. I would have to return the exchange with f5.
Right.
Might be playable, but it's probably not what was intended.
Interesting. And what if she's not taking this exchange and she just plays queen g3, for instance? That can be knight e8 here, or?
She might even be wanting to repeat knight h5, queen f3, knight back to f6, and say, are you really making any progress? But I think that would be a pity for black, because maybe black is better. Queen g3, I could go knight g6. Because if you play knight f5, then I have d5, because your knight needs to be defended. So, and I get in d4, d4 or something.
Right. Well, we had earlier the guest here, the president of FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich, and I asked him the questions after seeing all these games, what he thinks, how many decisive results we're gonna have, and he mentioned one or two, and I strongly believe that today we're gonna have more decisive results. What do you think, Vishy? How many decisive results?
Yes, I think the Kostenjuk game is going to be, could go, most likely it is black that is better right now. Olivia has gone king f1, but again, potential for everything. Harika, how is she doing? Oh, anyway, just to mention that this is the worst way to hold, because you cannot play rook d3 easily, because ed3 will then attack the knight. And Harika is even maneuvering bishop d5. I like Harika's position, to be honest. Very, very pleasant, I think.
Very pleasant. Slowly maneuvering.
Absolutely.
And controlling the whole board.
Correct. And that bishop on f7 is really regretting its situation. So we have a couple of possibilities today. I think three decisive results is.
Okay. Let's see who's gonna guess the most of decisive results. Thank you so much, Vishy, for coming here and sharing all the ideas. I'm sure all our viewers are happy to have you here, and wish you the happy stay at the Cyprus.
Thank
and
you.
Good luck for this simultaneous that you're gonna make. And I hope that this visit here, your first visit here in Cyprus, will be memorable, and it will be very nice and pleasant memory for you. And one last question: Do you like the food here?
Very much. I mean, I have gone out a couple of times, and the hotel also. Food is good in general. I like Greek food and let's say Mediterranean, not Middle Eastern food, and that. Well, you see the influences here. Let's put it that way. So.
Right. Thank you so much. We're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back with more commentaries, guys. Don't go anywhere, because this tournament has just started. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women Grand Prix final leg here in Cyprus, and we do have first round in progress. And the games are so interesting.
Absolutely.
One of the interesting games right now that it is indeed worth it to cover is Kostynik Alexandra and Tan Zhongyi. They have started a little bit peaceful at the beginning, but now they're going all in. Let's take a look at the board that will appear on the screen. We have two women world champions now facing each other and somehow trying to get once again at the world championship match, both of them. We have this current position that F4 has been played.
I think you and Vishy, you went over these lines, right? And so the idea here was that if we accept the sacrifice right away, so I think you came to the conclusion that F4 may be not the best move because here there is this very strong bishop on D3, right? And it does look the octopus bishop.
And this time octopus bishop.
And no, well, of course, and also if you remember this game again, Nepo Ding in Astana, which Ding, the one that Ding blundered, he should have won, and he blundered knight f2 at the very end, and he was actually even getting he was in danger of getting a losing position because the bishop was stuck, could be stuck behind the pawns.
Right.
So it's extremely important to get the bishop to d3 here. But let's see what happened. Oh, she played bishop f7 anyways. Yes?
Yeah,
is
this the fact
yeah.
that it's just pinned on the file, she can take this any moment, and she decided to get this bishop perhaps on d5.
Yeah, well, but then I have two questions. First, are you in time for this? And second, what was wrong with taking on e5 and playing bishop d3 after all? So maybe she calculated that b3 is it
That's
is, yes?
interesting move, yes. b3 is interesting move because now black is pinned.
It's
on
very
d5.
forced, and we undermine. We want to win bishop basically by b takes c4. And what can black do? Is like
Black can just avoid the pin. Maybe queen goes somewhere.
Yeah, if queen, but then we lost the grip on the d file, and then this might become very tricky for black already, right? So white has 2 pawns for the piece, and a very strong hold of the center.
I'm so greedy person. I would take this piece.
You'll take
right
the piece,
away.
yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
I would just take it. No
Well,
patience for waiting more moves. Just take it.
then I'll have to, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay. So, let's see at the alternative. So we want to. Basically, we're saying the knight is not going anywhere, right? And if white needs to create the threat of moving the knight, so the queen must go somewhere, and we must go to a place that keeps the rook protected.
There's queen f2 or queen g3 two moves, I guess.
And she played. Okay, Alexandra played queen f2. Makes sense. And now we're pretty much forced to take, but Tan is taking her time, so is she considering another move? Maybe she's considering some intermezzo like c3? Although I'm not sure I can see the point of it. Actually, it might be interesting. No. c3 to take. I wanted to make some room for my bishop, but it doesn't make a lot of sense actually. So queen f2, and if we take, Now the idea is to take, right? And what happens? So bishop d5 is impossible, right? Because we just lose the bishop.
That's right. Queen has to move away, I
The
suppose.
queen will have to move.
There is not too much of the options here for blacks. Queen e7 is the move. Queen c8, queen b8. Those moves are quite passive. Queen b8 is just not good looking. So queen e7 and then rook d7.
Yes, but queen e7 you can your queen is not really comfortable here, right? Is it? For instance, let's say, oh, she did not.
She
Okay,
did
so
not take.
so Tan. Okay, let's go back to the real board because you will see what she had planned. She played her plan altogether. When she played bishop f7, she obviously planned for bishop
she
d5.
declined to take. Yeah.
And the point is a very tactical justification. So the knight, although it's not pinned, the only place where it can go is f3, but there is a tactical shot that bishop takes f3, rook e8, queen e8, and we have this fork on e1 winning the queen. And to tell you the truth, this is something that is very easy to miss in your calculations, right? Because when you go from afar and you calculate and you think, okay, so on bishop f7 I have queen f2, and I'm on pin, so you must take, and then and now I have some very, very good compensation. I'm pressing, right? I'm pushing, and I want to play f5, and or even I take on c7. I can take on c7. So. And suddenly you're struck with this move. Well, I'm not sure it's that bad, because we can also be tricky, right? We can play rook d1, for instance.
And pin the d-file.
So the pin is gone, and if you take, then we're back to that line that we decided that it's not so good.
It's very good. Yeah, for white it's just perfect. You just get bishop back. But Alik, look at the body posture of Alexandra, and very often it tells a lot. And to me, earlier she was a bit stressed. She was moving her leg. She was shaking the whole body, as she had to sacrifice the piece. And this is the first round. Who wants to start with
white? Yes.
Yeah, sacrifices where the opponent's king is safe. Let's put it in that way. There was some possibility to continue to play. She was not losing the game. She had compensation, but she was visibly upset of her position. And now look at her. She's so focused. She knows that this might be her chance. She doesn't have to sacrifice now a piece.
Yes.
She's very confident. She even, wears her head. She's not shaking her body.
Yeah, she's not. And by the way, there is another move she can make. Let's. She can play knight d7, perhaps. But then the bishop will be extremely strong, right?
Right.
So, and I think this is in general Tan's idea here. It's not. She's not really. She doesn't really want to capture this knight on e5. But perhaps she wants to say, okay, but this is a monster now, right? Especially with your opened kings, if the king might become very exposed. For instance, let's say we do some stupid things with white, and all of a sudden it's a mating attack, right? So, or as close as it gets to it. So.
Another thing that we have to point it out. Alexandra, for the moment, she has 11 minutes, and this is move 26. So she has to make 14 more moves before the time increment.
Okay, so this is a huge factor, and you know what? Another thing is that Alexandra is one of the 3 players that are really in contention for the first 2 places.
That's right.
And a loss in the first round with white would really cripple you in the race for the
Yeah,
places.
that's right. But I could recall 2 Grand Prix when she started with 0 out of 2 and she won.
Okay, so maybe that's
So
it's all
she's
part
a
of the
fighter.
plan.
Yeah, she's a fighter, and maybe it's kind of sign for her that it matters to fight until the last moment.
well, she's been in so many such situations, right?
Yes.
Being the ex-world champion, and she's won and played so many top-level tournaments.
But we're all chess players here, and also our viewers can for sure play the games. But who likes to start the tournament with
Nobody.
lost? That's
Nobody
so hard
likes-
to cover, right?
Nobody likes to lose, period.
Yeah.
Not in the
Then
middle
I
of the
say
tournament, not in the end of the
never.
tournament. You don't like to lose.
Yes.
And especially with white pieces, and that's what we said. When you lose after you play g4 and weaken the whole your whole king position, you feel stupid afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Because you say, okay, why did I? Of course,
It was unnecessary to
yeah.
go so far.
In this case, maybe it was really necessary. So, but it all goes in your mind during the game, and okay, but let's concentrate on chess a little bit. So I would say that bishop to c6 is a natural move. I think the idea, Alexandra's idea, is to take on e8 first, and only then play knight c5. And now, perhaps we are in time to. We want to block the bishop with d4, with the d5. And if we go back, I would still prefer black here. It's even material, but I really like the bishop much more than the knight, especially with such a weakened king.
That's right.
Although, of course, it should be said that in, let's say, the queens and the rooks, if they're exchanged, white is virtually winning here in the endgame because of the pawn strategy. Or those pawns are extremely weak, and the king will come to c3 and will start attacking, and they will start falling. But white will need to survive until the end game, and it's not so clear. So we have to control, if we want, as they say, the best way to exchange a piece is to make it so active that your opponent wants to exchange it. So we have to control the e file, and they're going
It's
pretty
an
much
out
into
now.
yeah. Well, that's I'm pretty sure she didn't play rook e7.
Yeah.
Yeah, she played rook e8.
And
Knight
to
c5. I think that's exactly what that's what we were talking about. And now, because of the threat d5, I think bishop d5 is, I don't see good alternatives to it. Oh, maybe queen f7 actually. Oh, and Tan has played it. Yeah,
Queen
okay,
f7.
queen f7 is a good move. Yeah, you really want the queen to be on d5 and not the bishop.
Oh, she played this move
And
quite
she played
fast.
it, and
Queen
she played
to
it
E1.
now.
So the idea of this move is if you play queen d5, I play queen e6, trade the queens,
Absolutely.
and I have such a beautiful knight.
Well, yes, because you can support it. I was thinking maybe rook e8, but now you don't play d5 because there is bishop takes d5,
Knight
right?
c7? Can I do
I
that?
have, yeah, but I still, yes.
Check and king
and
f2.
king f2, and
Mhm.
we are lost with black. Okay, so queen e1. But there is rook e8, of course,
Intermediate
right?
move. Shall we do rook
And then
e2?
rook e2, and maybe that's what she wants. And she wants to get exactly what we were talking about, to exchange all the heavy pieces. And then, without the queens and the rooks, the king safety is no longer an issue. And on the contrary, it's good that we captured some space on the king side. and we'll start moving our king towards the center. But maybe, yeah, so this might be...
Alik, I have a question here. Let's show our viewers how to evaluate the end games, because end games is not a piece of cake for many of us.
Yes.
So queen d5, queen
Let's
e6.
say queen d5, queen e6. I think we want to start with king f8 here.
Mhm.
Ah, no,
And-
but then there is this check on king f... Is there?
That's
Not
interesting.
so much.
Because if you don't trade the queens, then
Then you
white
might
king is in
you
a
might
trouble.
get mated all of a sudden, yeah?
king g5 perhaps. Because
King
queen
g5, queen g... Ah,
now queen f4. Oh, we got mated with black. we didn't plan that.
no, why? We didn't... No, it's not a mate. Come on.
g5.
We have
Okay.
a g5. Although I missed queen f4, admittedly.
Yeah.
But we're okay. After the first shock, we are okay. And actually, it's black who is winning probably,
Yeah.
unless this
Queen
is...
e5.
Yeah, okay. It's a bit maybe not called for, because as you said, king g5 here is probably better. Because
It's
now
funny
we
because yeah, queen h6 still is the move.
It reminds me again, we have so many references to this
Mhm.
Ding Nepo match. You
Mhm.
remember the win that Ding had?
King
In
traveled all day.
The king would travel to d6 somewhere, and then there were no more checks.
Yes.
Not sure if this is the case, but it might be. And suddenly the
Very
king
dangerous.
we are threatening queen takes d4.
And funny enough, now king is the piece who's creating the mating
Yes,
net now
yes.
for white.
Suddenly it's very strong. Although it can also get mated, so it's a little bit double-edged. No, I think we just got mated with black here. Yeah, queen f2, and then I cannot see how we defend. Okay, good, Alik. Yeah,
King g3.
king g3. We
Check and then
check.
check.
And
take.
you take on h3 and g4. Yes.
And collect all the pawns on
You
the
collect all the pawns, and if we check on h2, then you run away from here. Wow.
This is
This
this is
interesting.
crazy. This is really
And
crazy.
knight e6. Actually, queen and knight are extremely strong together because they complete each other. Whereas a bishop and queen are considered to be a little bit less strong because they work on the same diagonals. Obviously, they can create some serious threats, but knight and queen they have so many possibilities to do.
What's the chance we're gonna see this wild king on the board? We don't know, but
I
they are
doubt.
going
Okay,
to,
so
to the direction.
they are going, and we are excited about it. So yeah, and white's moves are almost automatic here. Yeah, but we started as you said. Let's evaluate the end game. Although it is relevant, this king f8 relevant because you don't really want to take on c6 because you're losing the pawn straight away, right?
True.
Unless, yeah, and you don't have king f7 even because of this check. So you will need to even spend to lose some tempo here. Yeah, I think white is winning here because almost by force here.
Bishop d5 has been decided here by Tanjongi to avoid.
So
queen
she
trade.
does not allow queen trade, and it does make sense.
But here we have this position where it is equal, right? The pawns are equal. I don't really see real chances here for Tanjongi to win this
To
one.
win.
Yeah. And few moves earlier, she had the opportunity to accept the extra piece, which had really good compensation. But in that position, it's still 3 results. could
Yes,
happen.
exactly, and maybe that's what crossed her mind because, and honestly, maybe she didn't feel quite good in that position. Let's revisit it a little bit. So it was around here.
Sometimes you just wish to read the chess player's mind, what they are thinking.
Yeah, well, we have the luxury to maybe ask them after the game.
Yeah,
yes,
after the game, it's possible to ask this question because
So for instance, here it's not easy to make the decision to go into this position because white is so dominating here. So for instance, if you are even considering some move like in your calculation, some move like queen f4, queen d4, queen takes e6, e6 is probably not yet working because there is rook takes e6. You have
if you check, you're discovered with e rook.
no, it wins,
Oh.
right? But no, but you first take. First we take, and now we play rook e8, and black wins. So
Yeah, once again, we're pointing right now on the camera 10 minutes of Alexandra Kostyniuk. We can say that the storm has passed already for her on the board.
looks like it, absolutely. Look, and maybe the choice for Tan Zhongyi was to go into this line was not to give Alexandra maybe such an easy game because here the moves are quite easy to make and white is training e6 and you just push, and when you don't have a lot of time it might be easier to play.
F5 is quite a powerful move because after e6, the bishop on f7 first of all is trapped, but also you can't even potentially move it away because then g7 gonna be a checkmate.
Absolutely. Yes. Although again, we have the luxury. We are a piece up for just one pawn, so we have a luxury maybe of just giving it back and really not risking much. So it was as you said, it was a really crucial moment for crucial decision for Tan.
Right.
It will be interesting to hear what was her thought process here.
Yes, absolutely. And what do you think if this is the last game that is more, important by that, by the meaning of if you win you get more prize or you get the medal or so on, you might try to accept all these challenges.
Oh yeah, that changes
right?
everything. That changes everything.
Somehow the decisions of the players are according to the situations of the round and the tournament and the standings and all this together.
Absolutely agree, because every tournament situation, like Vichy said yesterday in the opening ceremony, the story that he told when he was playing those who missed, he told the story when he was playing an interzonal tournament, the last round. He made a draw and he had to wait for 7 long hours for a game of live sportish to end to know if he qualified or not. So it's those final rounds have their own dynamics and everything.
Oh yeah, I had one situation like that. I finished my game very fast. I won the game, but my opponent, not the direct opponent, but the player who was catching up with the point, was playing a very difficult game. And I was very nervous, very nervous, because we were playing for the European champion title, youth champion title. And guess what I have done? I went for shopping.
That's
to
the best. The
you
best
know,
therapy,
release
yes?
the stress.
Yeah, it's a good way to deal with the stress, because it's much
Yeah.
more difficult to wait than to actually play
Yes.
yourself, right? So
No, I won. I did my job. I
yes,
really
you did
won. It was like,
exactly.
I
but
did
then
my
if
job,
you
yeah.
have to wait, this is really
Yes.
unbearable,
So
because
it was so
when
bad.
when you play, at least you have something to think about, not the result. And yes,
And when you're stressed, you are spending more money. And guess what? I spent so much money. In the end of the day, I still got second place.
so lose.
Yes.
Ah,
Yeah, tough situation.
talking about tough break, yes.
Well,
Okay, so here they're stabilizing. I prefer white here, obviously, because of the pawn structure, and as we said, the queen and the knight cooperate a little bit better. And the bishop, frankly, now with white controlling the e file, and especially after f5, and Alexandra is able to really play a lot of moves quite fast now. She's not, look at this pattern, this is very important. She's not afraid to weaken the dark squares anymore, because there is no pressure coming on the dark squares. And by putting the pawns on the light squares, she's limiting the options, the mobility of the bishop on d5. On the other hand, though, let's say, for instance, for a second, that we swap the queens. Just bear with me for a second, okay? Let's say we exchange the bishop, the queens. Now those pawns will actually be quite nice targets for the bishop, and because they are blocked. So this has a drawback of it can fire back at white. Backfire because it will always give black some counterplay against those pawns.
so it tells us that Alexandra might keep the queen for some time on the
She
board.
might keep the queen, but now what we get to is that black can try to force, can rethink how she evaluates those endgames without the queens. So those ideas of king f8 and queen e7 might become possible for
That's
her.
right.
So, but again, she needs to calculate it concretely.
Right. I suggest to take a very quick look to each of the games to check
Lisa.
out if we have some crucial moments or some time issues.
Totally agree.
And then choose one position.
Okay, this is a game we haven't visited too much today, and it's a very calm game.
9 minutes for Bibisara. We can consider this game, but it's an end game, so
It's an end game. Let's maybe we'll come back to it. Let's take a short look. Okay, so this game of Wagner and Goryachkina, you left it here after queen b2, right?
right.
And she didn't go for neither knight h5 nor bishop takes h3. She went for a very, very calm bishop f8. Well, not really calm. So the point is that she's not giving, she's protecting the pawn. Why is she protecting the pawn? Oh, h6, and the queen will have to move, and then we capture on a1.
They were design, yeah.
Okay. Let's clear the pawn. And so white protected the pawn on h3. It's always useful. And now black has a ruined pawn structure, but they're repeating. So there was a time that black started repeating moves, and now, so this is very interesting. Look at that. So Dinara refused repetition, and she's claiming, and I think very correctly so, that she has
Better
every
position,
right
yes.
to play for a win here, because look at those, you know, a bishop pair is a good thing to have when the bishops are good.
Yes.
But when one of them is not really doing anything except for very, very depressing defense of your ruling pawn structure, then you really, and f4 really kills this bishop, I think, almost for good.
Right, and besides these bishops, there are two double pawns still on the board. So also, pawn structure is not so nice. And if we take a closer look, there are so many islands. None of these pawns are connected. None of the black pawns are connected,
Yes.
while white has really good pawn structure.
Yes, I think all the Soviet school would would look at this position and would say, "What are you doing here? You know, how can we play here?" And it's really not not entirely clear how to proceed with black. So you might say that this plan of bishop f8 is probably a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, bishop f8 was not the move that we were considering with
You were
Vichy.
yeah.
Knight h5.
Vichy was suggesting even knight h5. Yes, as a very interesting idea, as a very interesting sacrifice. So
Yeah, but it's quite unclear after g4 how.
actually,
how
you know,
yours-
while you were analyzing, I had even this idea.
And if I take, you give a check on e2.
What do you
I
take?
guess.
Oh,
yeah,
you have so,
bishop.
so many things to
Yes.
take here. You can. I suddenly realized that you can even.
I'm
take
greedy person, always high.
Here. Okay, but if you take here, then I have this threat of queen g5.
Besides, there's knight e2, queen f4 idea as well, right? Knight
And
e2,
knight
king h1, and queen f4.
Yes, and this is another idea. For instance, if you play, well, maybe rook e1 solves all of them. But rook e1, there is probably knight d3 in some version, right?
Take knight d3, queen b1, queen f4. I don't think that's enough. But here we can go queen g5 in this
We can
case.
go queen g5. I was thinking f3 maybe, but maybe that's just the beginning because there is queen g3 come. Yeah. Okay, so this is winning.
Right.
And queen g3. So, or even better, yes. So we are attacking mating. We're threatening mating 2 because the bishop. Let's show it, right? So if for instance the rook is running away, let's clear, as Wishy said, so many errors you cannot see the board. So this is a mate.
Beautiful.
And if rook takes e8, we take control over this the extremely important e file because rook e2 is coming. And again, this is still a threat. This is a threat. And white is fried, I think, right?
It's very difficult position.
So
indeed
knight
to
h5 was absolutely and the lines that you saw also g4 and just taking and queen takes g4 is also very, very promising. But instead of that, Alexandra went to something that is really, if white takes on f6, black is fine. But if white doesn't take on f6, all of a sudden it reminds me of this bishop that Vichy was talking about, that he's very biased against the bishop on c1 with the pawns on e3 and e4.
It's just blocked by black. Really wishes to give this pawn away, even being pawn down, but to have active bishop.
But there are no customers to take the pawn.
Yeah, no one wants.
So we want to. You can either.
No one wants this product.
You will either open play f5 and open this bishop, but this will be stupid, right? Or you keep this bishop stuck. So it's interesting.
I like. We have to point out of Dinara Wagner's decision that she doesn't care who is her opponent, because her opponent is the first rated player, very strong
And second in the
player.
world.
Yes.
for 1 second. So
very, very strong
Absolutely.
challenger of the world champion. And yeah, she knows the court.
Heads off for the decision, because
Mhm.
it's easy for us, the players, to the viewers to say, okay, she has a better position, so okay. But on the other hand, she has 15 minutes for well, not so many moves. Okay, it's not really a time trouble, but she's playing this very strong opponent that I think she was probably not terribly, she would not be terribly disappointed before the game if she were told that
If she can accept the
she
draw.
can accept
Yeah,
the draw.
yeah.
But then she decides, okay, a name is nice, but my position is you know,
Better.
yeah. So
That's true. Shall we take a look at the next game if we have some situation over there that we can
Georgian
focus?
Derby, we have really not visited the game almost at all, and maybe unjustly so, because there is some interesting development here, and I
It
think
is, yeah. I would suggest to first see these two games if there are some changes and
Let's see.
come back there
Okay,
and take
I
a
agree.
closer look, because we need to dive a bit deeper there because we have not seen it.
okay. So
Queen
Here
A5
is-
was the move.
oh, Olivia is down to her last 2 minutes, so maybe we'll stick with this game for some time. Let's just take a very short look what's going on here in Lahno Shuvalova. Shuvalova is also down to her 7 minutes for 13 moves. It's 14
Oh, this
moves.
is the bishop on C1. Went A3 and D6.
So maybe the other bishop on F8 also has some prospects. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they probably not without some of Black's help here. Okay,
That's
so
okay.
we can go back
Yes.
to Olivia's
Yeah,
game.
we vote for this game. Okay, what's happening? Last time we saw this move, this game was
It
Queen
was
Queen A.
here,
yes.
right? It was here. After King F1, Black went back to C7, which is natural, and I think you even discussed it a little bit. Yes, that we want to put some pressure on E5.
Yeah,
some
Vish's
immediate pressure.
suggestion was knight to D7 first, also developing move to bring also knight on in the center.
It makes
Yeah.
like all Vicious suggestions, it makes a lot of sense. So, but she decided to play Queen C7.
Like with a queen.
Take with the queen. Well, probably that was her idea, that after knight d7, king queen e2, if you take, then you
Also
lose
take, yeah.
you lose the pawn on e4. So perhaps this is the justification for the knight d7, for queen c7. Sorry. And now, so Black won the pawn, but she spent 1, 2, 3.
Moves so far.
So far with the queen, and the queen will probably need to go, well, maybe it's well placed, but those guys are a little bit
Not developed.
let's put it mildly.
Yes, I was actually thinking here that if white plays f4 somewhere, you can take the pawn, Ampersand, and then you're gonna lose the pawn on e4 on the other hand.
Yes.
But it's quite a committed move, because
It's,
you're gonna lock the bishop on j5.
it's always an idea, and I suggest let's show what is white's threat here, right? Let's say block. Although it's not easy to make a move for
Pass
Black
move,
that allows it. But for instance, let's say we're a bit careless here. So white has 2 options here. Yes, white has this knight f3, attacking the queen. And if you capture, you don't take the queen, because then you lose beautifully instead of winning because of check and queening. But you have this mate in 1, because this is a very known motif
Right.
of the bishop and the rook working together. So this is a threat, although of course not easy to miss, because almost any move that you make with black is protecting against it. And 97 is one of them.
Cutting the file.
Queen d2, again, this d file is a threat. It is a threat. The pressure is quite unpleasant. Bishop d5 played because we want to cover the d file. Oh, and I like this maneuver.
Oh, she has
I
1
like it.
minute on the board.
And a4 is played. So she's ready to start pushing the bishop, but black is a pawn up.
Bishop e2 has happened.
Already
Here,
happened. Okay,
yes.
let's see.
King
And
e2.
king takes.
That's the current position.
It's current position. Black is a pawn up.
1 minute 43 minutes. Sorry, 1 minute 43 seconds for Olivia.
And she has to make 16 moves.
No, that's too much.
That's a lot, but she has 30 seconds per move, right? So it's not like it's not that she really has to make 16 moves in less than 2 minutes. She has almost 10 minutes to make them, right?
Right.
But still, it's not easy, especially given the situation that your king is under.
Whose king is worse here? White's king, which is like extremely surprisingly active, or Black's king who can't even castle?
Well, Black's king can't castle, but it has so many pawns protecting it, and White's, and theoretically it can castle short, and it will be pretty much protected once there is no queen on this diagonal. Whereas the white king really has nowhere to go, right? I mean, where will it feel safe? On c1, it will not feel safe, even if you get there.
b1 on a2, but on the way
Yeah,
you have
but
to
after
go
you just played a4, you opened
Yeah.
this flank. So, and I like this move because the knight should be on d5, and it we also protect the pawn on e4.
Do you think maybe it's time to trade the queens, something like queen to d6
I
or
would
queen
love
to
to, with
d4?
such a king, I would love to see the queen trade. Yes.
But
So-
the problem might be that after taking on d6, rook d6, and then knight d5 might lock the rook out there.
Oh yeah, this is clever. And by the way, you know, on the one hand, well, we need to check if this works, because if you play king e7, we have this intermezzo, and suddenly we're a pawn up, or not a pawn up, but this is a dream for white, I think here. Sorry. Yeah. So what do we do after? So maybe knight d5. We have bishop b4. I'm not sure.
24 seconds. That scares me.
Wow.
Queen d4 was her decision, I
Queen
suppose.
d4. Okay, queen d4 is perhaps a better version, because you put your rook doesn't get stuck, and you put immediate pressure on e4 in case of the trade. But on the other hand, black is a pawn up in the endgame. So let's say if we play just.
But there's also another thing. Should we trade the queens, or can we keep the queens on the board? For instance, queen h5.
No,
check?
I would normally prefer to keep the queens, of course.
Because you can also castle here next.
Yeah,
move.
for
There's
some
no-
reason I thought we must exchange, but of course we don't have to exchange. Then it's a no-brainer to not exchange the queens. And queen h5, I really love this move. Yes. Because king d2 is impossible,
Yeah.
which because of rook d8. And where do we go?
Where do we go? My darling. Oh,
Y-
the song.
yes. And
Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. Looking at
and
him
now all of a sudden
castle.
even Castle
Oh.
is impossible. The king has moved
Oh.
already. Okay, so
Oh, it's impossible?
I hope it's not one of those glitches you remember on Jan and Jan Gustafsson and
Yes.
Peter Fiedler explaining the important. So I hope it's not
Wait,
this
the
case.
king went wrong.
Let's see.
King D8. King D8 has happened somewhere. Oh, it's our
No,
line.
it's our line, I think. Let's see. But where?
Wow.
The king hasn't moved. Maybe the rook moved? The rook hasn't moved as well. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure castle is allowed here. No, the king has
king
moved.
moved, okay.
Okay, so okay.
King moved.
So yeah, this is a rule in chess that if a king or a rook moves, you can no longer castle. So okay, so this changes things a little bit.
Yeah, that changed a little bit. So we might come back to the decision. Maybe we can consider to trade the queens.
No, but I still believe that the black king is much better. And let's say, for instance, we have this move. I think it's quite strong because we both protect the pawn on e4 and we attack.
They have traded the queens.
I don't like this decision really.
Hmm.
Unless Gunay thinks that the endgame, maybe she sees how the endgame is technically winning, which is also possible. But let's say here,
I love this because the bishop on g2.
especially with when your opponent is low on time,
Mm-hmm.
I would love to play it with the queens for black, and especially given that I can activate the
Oof.
rook from h5. I think
Oh, that's nice.
I love this position for black.
Oh, that's nice maneuvering here with the rook.
Anyway, she decided to take. Maybe she has something in mind, but she's taking the time here.
How about we move the rook away? Let's say rook to c8. And the idea was that if you at some point take the pawn on e4, I might have e5, and I will try to chase the rook there.
This is the point. But maybe then a rook c8, maybe it's not the best place because I have this, or bishop b7. Bishop b7 is not a good move, but bishop f5. How are we feeling here?
Yeah, rook c8 probably is not the best move. However,
And maybe, well, we need to find a move here for black. Maybe she was planning to play e5 and now, maybe, no, but now, maybe like that. Look at this. Maybe, no, this is also not so good. Because rook b8 and there is this check. I don't understand this decision.
there's
Not
another.
even from chess point, you know, from practical point of view.
There's this other idea, maybe take and rook c8, and if you take the pawn on e4, I'm gonna take the pawn on c2.
Okay, yeah, this is a valid point, but I thought that you know, rook end games are how they say, they're always drawn. And
I love rook end games.
yes,
I'll tell you why I like rook end games. When I have losing position, which it happens that I have a lot lately, and if I have a rook end game, that's a hope for me.
yeah, that's in this case I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But if you are on winning side, if you're on wait, what have they played? That's what she's going for it, yeah. But first of all, I wanted to say, even before we dive into this idea of bishop e4, first of all, we are not obliged to, or are we? Is c4 a move here?
And if you take the pawn a4,
Actually, I want to.
A-
Oh, you
A4?
take a4. You're tricky. Yes.
we are
this is-
tricky
this is-
people.
yeah, this is clever. And now e5, yes? Or
Yeah.
yeah, probably e5. But okay, but still, how bad is it for me? Yeah, it's
I think
bad. It's probably
yeah,
bad,
yeah, because there is this rook c2 check,
C2
which
is
is so
coming.
unpleasant with the knight also getting.
But since we know you have no castles, we established that.
Yeah, true. Oh, they have made the move. Rook
What have they
c8,
played?
king
King
d2.
d2.
Oh,
Okay,
that's smart.
this is also, yeah, this is good. So basically, we want to just recapture the pawn, and we're claiming that we're not even worse, right? We have an active rook,
Hmm?
and we might take on b5 and even play rook b4 and start attacking a b5 pawn.
And I actually support very much your thoughts earlier, what you mentioned about trading queens in this position. Without going too much, look at this position with queens and 50 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
And then this end game where you have all the comfort. You can pass the
Absolutely,
moves.
absolutely. You can shuffle for many moves, and here you cannot shuffle because any wrong shuffle you're
Game
mated.
over.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is really puzzling for me, especially maybe she was. It's so forced. I mean, even not queen g6, queen g4 even. I mean, okay, maybe king e1 is not the best move. Maybe king f1 is better to keep the bishop protected. But still, I play queen g4. Maybe she was, you know what? Maybe she was worried about queen d6. Somehow creating some counterplay. But I simply I don't see much problems here for black.
That's right. So after
Okay, what's
king to
going on?
d2, now Gunai has to make decisions. Maybe
Gunai
it's
has-
time to activate her king as well, like king e7, because king d2 kind of cuts the file for the rook. And if black slowly prepares e5,
Let's see. Okay, so you're suggesting this. And now,
and if you take now pawn on e4, then e5 gonna work.
yes, now e5, I agree. Let's show it because now bishop takes e4 runs into e5.
And in the
And,
same
we
variations,
cannot
bishop
keep-
f5, bishop b7 will not work because the other rook guards the
Right. What we had previously, now it doesn't work because as Keti said, the rook is protected. But I have an idea. On king e7, I want to take first.
Take, okay, and
You
to have
take,
this
and
rook.
now I want to have this square on d4 for my rook that you cannot attack with the pawn on with the a5 pawn.
That looks good.
And,
That looks good. And if you give a check rook to d8, then king
then
c1
king
seems
c1
safe.
finally back to safety.
Mhm.
And you know when you in a real game, when you finally, after what the king has been through, when you make the move king c1, you feel like you've just won the game because
Yes.
finally everything is over. You know, that's
Minigame.
like my troubles are over.
That's right. Let's talk a little bit about time situation as well. From the moment when we came here, Gunai had about 14 minutes, let's say 12 minutes. Now she has half of the time, and Olivia is playing really, really fast, and she's
she
holding
is
the
on the same time.
Yeah.
So now Olivia, and she found
Ooh,
she took
she
on
takes
e5,
A,
and she will probably take on e4 now.
Yes.
Oh, but I have, you know what? One last idea. What happens about here?
I see the point. If you take now the rook, there's knight e4 check, right? Intermediate move. Or you had something
Actually,
else.
I had something else, but it's the same. You can take here.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's stronger. Actually, it's much stronger what you suggested because now we win the pawn by force. and we attack on f2, and we have some decent winning chances. It's probably winning.
Because pawns are not connected.
You cannot protect even, I think you cannot avoid losing the second pawn even, so. Or maybe you can. Rook endgames are tough. I will not even pretend that I understand what's going on here. So. Well.
Wait, is it only? Oh, 7 seconds! What's going on?
So she, okay. So she didn't like. She calculated this. She didn't like this rook endgame,
Wow.
and probably rightly so.
But I love how the way how she's playing.
She's
her
handling it
attitude.
very-
It's
yes.
like she's not showing too much nerves. She's very focused, using her opponent's time as well, and makes the moves at the last seconds and very precise moves.
Yeah,
Very impressive.
Very impressive, indeed. So I think she wants to either. I think there's no harm in exchanging one pair of rooks, and by threatening to take on e4, we pretty much. Yeah, I think she feels like she has. The worst is behind her already. Although, you know what? Although maybe it's not that clear. Look, there is this move which I don't like for white.
All right, the
What
pawn
do you
on
do here?
f2 is hanging, and
So yeah,
we're
I
losing
want to
some
take
time.
on f2, and
if you take on e4, then you're gonna be forked.
yeah, well, with the rook obviously, but
Yeah.
even like that, yeah. So this,
Maybe rook
I
e1.
would argue even maybe rook h4 is coming.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, rook of course, not rook d1. So h4 is also hanging, so we would have to play something like that.
So maybe knight g4 is the move that Gunay has to play
Knight
now.
g4 looks good. What can we do? And we want to protect the pawn with f5, right?
The move like rook to d1 to create some kind of threats, it's not a big deal because black's king can be on f6 quite safe.
Absolutely. Let's show it. Yeah. So now
Oh, knight g4 is on the
knight
board.
g4 is okay. So maybe all we said about exchanging the queens.
Coming back again.
It was a brilliant choice. No, I still don't. Even if this is winning, I still don't like the practical decision. But she must have had her own reasons, and it's
8
perfectly
seconds.
right.
She has to make the move. She decides to take the pawn on
Takes
e4.
Wow.
And Gunay blitz out knight
What
f2.
can be more dramatic?
Wow.
Well, now we have to find.
Wow, maybe king c1 was too fast to play and bishop e4 was safe.
Perhaps, yes. Because
Oh,
now
yeah, not
she
so
is
not
really
so sure.
not anymore. And again, rightly so, because the rook seems like it has. She
King
moved
to
to f1.
f1.
She needs to force it. Otherwise, rook h4 was coming.
That's right.
So we are expecting knight takes e4 probably.
Takes
But
c4.
this should be winning because those two connected passed pawns are gonna be extremely strong.
Yeah.
And black can even play it tricky, maybe some rook c3 and rook c8, rook c5, something like that. And yeah, Gunay has plenty of time to figure it out. Let's take a short look at other games. What's going on with Katerina and Polina?
1 minute for Polina here.
So yes,
And still 7 more moves to be played.
7 more, not too many, but also not.
It pretty much depends the position, right? How tense is the position. Very often it happens that you are losing the game before,
Yes,
the
yes,
increment.
yes.
Positionally, you are losing, and then you get the increment. Your opponent get the increment. And then you think like, why I need now this
So
time
I
on the
don't
clock?
really need it, yes,
Yeah.
just to suffer more. And and look at this, yeah. So this bishop is really paralyzing black's position because now this h5 looks extremely strong to me, and I think she will. What happens if I just play? We just play h5? Isn't it just
I love this
Prussian?
move. I love this move because if you dare to take that pawn, you're gonna have probably checkmate
Well,
on the
first of
board.
all, I think it's even by force.
Queen check.
It
Rook
might well be
f6.
by force.
Wow.
Game over.
This pretty much. So h5.
So what do you do after h5? Oh, probably you throw in some.
How about we first take the knight
But
to
then the rook would be would hang, I think, right? So
she's going
she played
h5.
h5.
She's
Okay.
going h5.
Well, if she played it, then probably it's a good move.
Yeah.
So
and
so we need
knight
to see what happens here if we take. And Polina has taken, really? And Olivia, yeah, Olivia is, this is the rook end game, which is a bit, let's go back to Katerina. Alexandra and Tanjongi, they made it to the 40th move. And the position is, wow, the knight landed on g6.
That's a quite a statement here.
Yeah,
because
but
if you don't make
but
checks,
we have an exchange, but we have a perpetual at least for black. So okay, we'll come back to it later if needed. Wagner is really okay. So Goryachkina is trying to exchange maybe and get some opposite color bishop's position. Although no, I think it will be very difficult to defend. Yeah, black is on the verge of losing here. Let's jump back to this game. It really looks like, yeah, it looks like Elbasa is on the way to lose the game. Here the realization of the advantages is quite straightforward. We just bring the king to the center and start pushing the pawns very straightforwardly. Our rooks are fantastically placed. There's really not many chances for white to survive here.
right? Shall we see this game, Alexandra and
Yes.
Dinara?
Let's
Queen
see,
two.
Alexandra and Dinar.
C2 has
Queen
been
C2.
played.
Okay, how do we capitalize here with the white? The position kind of plays itself here. Now, black is thinking whether to take on c6 or not. I'm trying
Oh,
to...
the game has been ended. One of the game has been ended. This is Nana Zaganidze against Bela
So,
Hotanashvili.
Nana won. The game that we
Ooh.
haven't even... this is a really
Shame on us.
Shame on
Shame
us.
on us.
Shame on us, absolutely. Well, to tell you the truth, we kind of thought that it will be a peaceful game, yes? So we kind of neglected them, and
we
they...
saw at the beginning, and yeah, for some reason, we have not seen too much.
Let's take a look at this game.
Oh yeah. Also, I wanted to mention, as our viewers has seen these beautiful bags with the FIDE logo. This is our new regulation for the tournaments for fair play measures. The players are they are not forced not to come here with their bags, but they have been advised to take these bags for the tournament, because it's easy to scan. There's not many pockets
Not many
to
pockets.
hide your lipstick. So they took this advice, and players
And
are
not many
having-
metal parts. I think it's also
Yes.
important, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't beep
So
when
this-
there's-
This is another measures for this event, and I still need to get it back. As I'm trying also to have the bag, but let's see how this actually happened.
Let's first take a short look. What's going on here? Do we have?
Oh, a lot of changes.
a lot of
pieces
changes
has
happened
been,
here,
yeah.
and it looked crushing, but somehow she managed. Oh, okay. So it was a forced sequence, and she gave up. So there is this tactic that g6 cannot be taken because of queen h5 check, winning the rook. So basically, white has to find some. I have a feeling that white needs to find a strong move,
Some sort of follow up here,
and it will be game over.
and
But
she
I might
placed a
be
move.
Rook h3. I would consider. What did she play?
Rook h3.
Yeah, rook h3 looks.
She
it
wants
looks
to line
l-
up the pieces on the h
Yes,
file.
yes. This is a very unpleasant threat. And if you take with the rook on d6, then I go to h. Actually,
you-
queen h2 is probably.
Now you want to checkmate me, I know. Queen f7
It's probably. Sorry. Yes, I wanted to.
in one.
I want to. I didn't see it. Yeah, but this is more precise. But in general, yeah. So we on queen takes d6, we have queen h4, and if not, we just have this threat of queen h2 mating.
Right.
So
I think Paulina just played queen e5,
queen e5
offering the
is-
queen trade.
Yeah, but I have a strong suspicion, nobody will accept this trade.
Not in this game.
Not in this game.
Not in this game.
Oh, how? Wait, how will? No.
What do you see?
No, I thought, look at this. It was almost beautiful. So the idea is that I want to move my queen here, and this almost
Ooh.
works, but
King
it
f7.
doesn't, because you just because you have queen f6 here and not king e6. Otherwise,
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
if you had to go to king e6, then we win. Yeah, but queen f6 kind of ruins the whole party for me. But okay, but this is still winning. So we play like this. We play queen g3, and if queen e5, we just take on g6 and game over.
That's right.
And I think we should see it right now. And look, I think she's going for it.
Queen
And,
h4, queen h5
final-
is on the board.
Queen g3 should be. Oh, maybe she's planning queen e2. Maybe there is this resource.
Yeah, very important resource here. The rook is hanging with a check.
Yeah, but okay. So what?
And maybe now, if you
But-
give me a check, then it will be after king h2 extra threat.
If we check
to
from
lose.
e1, then
Yeah.
then we have this extra threat. But I would give from d1. I would check from d1 probably. And this. And suddenly it's black.
Problems.
So rook f2 is so queen e2. Queen e2. It's not yet.
Katerina has seconds on the clock, 19 seconds. She has to make the move, and she plays queen to f4.
Okay,
She's repeating. the
she's
moves.
repeating. It's not.
How many moves she needs to play? Oh, this
Oh,
is
that's the
14th.
last move. Okay, so this is a
Alright.
very, very practical, very experienced decision. So she will repeat. Well, she finished her time control. Basically, she can. I think she would be better to just stand up and walk
She
away
can't,
before.
she
Now she
can't.
can't, but she could before.
Yeah,
Before
make a move and run away.
and I think sometimes it's a very big mistake not to get up after
Yeah.
the time control.
Yes.
Because you're still
In
rushing in this
in the
adrenaline
situation of
mood. Yeah.
shock. Yeah.
So okay, we will see what happens here. So the last game to reach the time control is surprisingly
Gunai has
the game.
catch up on time as well.
Yes, but the position is she didn't. Gunai caught up on time, but Olivia didn't catch up on the position. So unfortunately,
I don't like this rook on b4 looked for the moment stuck there.
Yeah, but I think you can safely place the rook anywhere you want, and you still will be lost here with with white. So,
we have a question in the chat which has been asked 15 minutes ago. but
we're a
we
bit
can-
slow, guys. Sorry.
No, it's asked now, but you guys gonna hear it 15 minutes later. Is there a time increment after 30 moves or 40 moves? That's the question.
After 40 moves.
After 40 moves.
And the increment is 30 seconds per move.
Yes. But we have this 40 moves rule. Players can't make a draw before 30 moves.
Unless
yes.
it's a theoretical draw by repetition
Unless it's
or
repetition,
stalemate,
yes.
right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. So we are getting, I think, King f5 will be. Oh, King f5, Rook g5, maybe.
That was a bit surprising for me to see when I played b takes c4, because basically this pawn on b5 was not hanging.
Yeah, it frees white a little bit, but maybe she wanted to make just, another move, get to the time control, and now get up from the board and
Right.
and make the decision.
Shall we take a look Wagner against Gurechkina if they have reached the...
Yes, they have.
Okay.
They have, and wow. And I think it looks like...
Where are all the pieces?
Where are my pieces? Now, white is a pawn up.
Okay.
That goes without saying.
Hmm.
Actually, you know what?
I-
This
yeah.
might be very interesting. So queen takes c6 might be interesting because I know we all know that opposite bishop, bishops are always draw, but might not be the case here.
Because
So
this
here
pawn
we-
is
we
too
have to-
advanced, yeah?
Sorry. First of all, black must play e5, I think, because otherwise we just come to pick the pawn with the... Well, now or maybe next move. Black has some time to make a move. But the evaluation here, and it's not it's a position you're happy to reach when you're after move 40 and not on move 39 when you have to make this decision to exchange or not to exchange.
Right.
So they will have time to consider, and maybe it's time we pay our respects to this game finally. Huh?
Yeah, shame on me, actually,
And
especially.
especially given that your compatriots.
Yes. It's actually very hard because they both are very, very dear players to me. And it's quite tough to see the decisive result here, to be honest.
So you were hoping for a draw. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this was, yeah, it looked, this is all theory. No.
Yeah, I think this was the moment we were considering that this is quite peaceful
Yes.
for the moment, and
But
also Bella
something-
is is a Greenfield player, and this is type of the position that you have
Right.
in Greenfield. But look at these pawns being kind of swapped.
Reversed,
white,
yeah,
pawn and
as if
t5.
as if there was some glitch in the transmission, yeah. But and here around here, I think. So she got trapped with her pieces on the king side, on the queen side. Look, knight c5 is impossible now because of takes, take on b7, and then d6 coming very strongly. So knight a5, queen b5.
Knight c5 happened anyway, and now Nana played this move knight to c4. I actually like that because she wants to play knight d6.
Yes, let's clear the arrows. So this is a threat, right?
Rook a6 to stop the knight d6 happening, and then rook to f to d1. And
I think
somehow this rook on a6 is a bit misplaced.
And I think this is coming, right? So it looks like she really got a little bit. She tripped on her own pieces. Yeah. So d3 is a must, and now the d pawn. Okay, all of a sudden, the spin is very annoying, and the d pawn is very weak. Bishop b4, rook c4. Now we threaten to take to win the piece. This is probably a missed blow. So the point is that if bishop takes here, there is this tactic that we attack the queen.
A lot of pieces are hanging.
The queen has to go here to protect the rook. Then doesn't matter. We take here, and we are piece up. So after bishop d3, black played queen d6. Yeah, and this is just a pawn down, but a worse position, right? So, and you are all tangled up, and the bishop is in the second pawn. And then not even a pawn. We come back, and this knight is doomed.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Now that's a nice finish. She just wins another pawn. And this is 3 pawns and game over.
And here Bella decided to resign. About Bella, she has not played active chess for 1 year, if not more, and now she's coming back to chess, and we are really happy that she is playing a lot of tournaments. And you know, when you have a bit of gap of not playing chess at this level, sometimes it takes some time to get in a shape.
Yeah, to get the rest in. The
Yes.
biggest problem is, I think, especially, and we can see it here, when the things get complicated, you start losing the clarity in your calculation. I know it from my own experience. After not having played or training for for a long time, all those things that were natural to you and they came like this, then suddenly, you know, you're missing a piece here, you're missing some trick there, and then it was.
So she needs to warm up a little bit, I think, and it's gonna be 11 rounds, and I'm sure that we're gonna have really nice games from her, starting from now on. She's very strong. she's really strong player, and so happy to have her back. But yeah, it happens. Sometimes you lose the game, but let's see what tomorrow bring to her. Which game should we now focus? Because I think the
all the
all the
games are
things-
past
yes.
the time control. Maybe we can. Okay, let's see what's going on. This is, I think, this is our first candidate to be decided, and we left it here because we were a little bit unsure what's going on after Queen E2, right? So Rook F2 is not a move because Queen D1 to remind. So this is no.
because scenario.
This-
But
no.
how about Rook A1 instead?
Rook
E1.
E1.
Yes. Attacking the queen. We're okay, not controlling a file yet, but then the idea is to play queen to h4 next move. So
Okay.
let's say black moves queen on d2. I think that's the only move. And now we go queen h4.
You go Queen H4. Okay, this is a very valid question.
So if you take now the pawn on d6, first of all, there is a check that we can calculate, but the other move is rook to f1. We control
Which we
F-
don't need to calculate
Yeah.
because black resigns, right?
Yeah, it's a checkmate.
So yeah, okay. So this is a clever maneuver. We give up the pawn, but black cannot protect from the
Oh,
mate.
another game has been ended, and we can see Harika Dronawali won the game against
Harika- Oh, so it was
Bibisara.
also so the games that we neglected are ending, as they say, in our face, right? So they are two decisive games, and it was actually a positional masterpiece by
Harika.
Harika, right?
Yes.
She really squeezed it slowly but very surely. One small plus after another. She improved, and she really a really impressive game from what we see here. Very nice. So although those opposite color bishops, and I love this move. I love this bishop f8,
Mhm.
forcing black to stabilize here. Now the pawns are blocked. This bishop is forever doomed to protect on g6.
And you don't even have
And even if-
majority pawn. on
Yes, the pawns. These two are the same as those three. So white is virtually has an extra pawn. Well, white has an extra pawn on the king side, and with all those on the queen side, and with all those bad pawn structure, she really and now, yeah, of course, she wants to trade the bishop for the knight and be left with those pieces, and you can see the difference between those two pieces.
This is the game where you can learn the classics. One of the classics,
Absolutely,
you know.
yeah,
You can learn the maneuvering here and
it's
there.
really very, very, very nice. And I have to say that I looked at those and their games between Harika and Bibisara. And Harika was having a hard time playing Bibisara lately. So most of the games went Bibisara's way, and so this was. And I think in the Grand Prix where did they play it? Did they
Uzbekistan this year?
this in Astana, I think, I think Bibisara won. So it's an extremely important
Mhm.
win
Yeah, in
for Harika. And yeah, this is look at
But
those.
this is so nice.
And you know, this is one of those wins that you feel so good
Yes,
about,
yes,
right?
Yes. True.
You feel like, Capablanca or
True.
Fischer, or Magnus Carlsen, why to go
True.
like.
It's actually very interesting because when you are asked to show one of your best games, everybody expects to have like sacrifices of rooks, queens, knights, everything,
Right.
and checkmate with one king. But the game that you are most proud and gives you most joy in life is this kind of.
Yes, absolutely, I agree.
And
Because
sometimes
especially if you're a
people don't
tactical-
understand why this is so boring, they say, but it's just so pleasant to win a game like
Yeah,
this.
look at this. Look at this domination of the knight against the bishop, and those perfectly placed pawns that take the squares one by one from the bishop, and then you calculate that. Of course, the opponent game is a dead lost for black, because white will just put the king here and start pushing the pawns, and when the king, well, we can even show it. The king will have to address the threat, which will, of course, allow white to win on the king side. So really, oh, and this even happened. And look at this. This is final finesse. She doesn't even want to calculate. There is, okay. So you see, I almost blundered. So there was. It's a bit tricky, because here you don't have time to play b4, because g5 is suddenly game over, but in the other direction. Right? Oh, maybe we still have
Maybe
b5.
b5?
Yes, we still have b5.
Takes here.
Takes here. Well, but that's not something you
But
want.
white can play king e5 there, right?
No, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But
Really?
the point is that after king e5, there is a5. And all of a sudden,
You might have problems. Whoa! King d4?
king d4.
Wait,
sorry.
wait. No. King.
Wait, where are we? We're here. Yes.
So king e5,
King e5,
A5.
a5.
b4.
Before.
A takes b4, king d4.
King d4. Yeah, but what happens here?
Oh.
You can also sacrifice both pawns.
So we take that pawn, let's say with f, to be close at
We
least.
take with f.
And now this is the race.
Yeah, it's a race we are not going to win.
That is very unfortunate.
Extremely unfortunate for me. And
Oh.
I must say, this is a very nice resource by Bibisara, because especially given that, well, she was lucky. Harika was lucky. It was not.
Okay,
was
you
after
don't
time
have
control.
to take, yeah.
But
And she
yeah,
played before,
maybe
yeah?
it's winning. But if you spot that this can become tricky, there is probably some study like a win.
Very interesting.
Or maybe you know what? Maybe not even study like. Let's see. It cannot. You can't really hold. Remember, Magnus once said, "I don't believe in fortresses."
Hmm.
So yeah, king d4. Yeah, we can start with king d4. So g5 is not a move yet,
Mhm.
and after king e6, then we have b4.
Hmm. But now black's king is in the square.
Yeah, but maybe I play this. I
And
force you
this-
to go here. Now I go here, or I can even. Oh, this is sorry, guys. This is the first round. Maybe we can even go here first. Now go here. So g5 is not an option, because g5, what happens here?
And this is now very good because the pawns are on the back rank.
Yeah, because we win like that.
Yeah, first you check,
Check.
and then you promote.
But why calculate all this if you can play b4 and win in one move, right?
Yeah.
And this is the lesson learned.
Wow.
You don't calculate when you don't
Harika.
need to, and it's in American football language, it's touchdown, right?
Wow. Look at the king on
This
this dominator now.
This is
and
really,
everything.
really a masterpiece. I love it.
Well done by Harika Dronawali.
Yes, hats off.
So far, two decisive results. Both games has been ended in a favor of white pieces. Let's see what.
And we feel like this is going to be the next one, right? Because as you said, Rook E1 looks winning. But maybe you know what? Maybe this is it.
Queen D2.
Queen H4. We don't even have Queen H6 because of Queen G4.
Ooh,
This is really,
that's ugly.
this is ugly, yeah. Oh, wait.
Queen D2, Rook D1.
We're pushing the
Rook
queen.
F1, maybe. Rook F1, no.
Rook F1 now. And with all the... No,
And
but
if you take on D6, Queen H4.
then Queen H6 I get back. No, wait. We have a win here. We must have a win.
I would want Rook D1 in this position.
Yeah, Rook D1 looks good. And now maybe even to take, you know?
Rook D3 here. Cut this queen.
So many moves here,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, Rook D3, Rook D4. Even this straight, not this. This is the move that is lost. Don't try it. But let's take here and this. It looks... This is winning.
This
yeah?
looks really
Because
good for white.
This looks like a mate. Is it a mate? Well, almost a mate.
Mm-hmm.
You have to win.
You have to
the queen.
sacrifice,
Yeah.
yeah.
So this should. I think Katerina is taking her time to make sure she doesn't really mess up anything in the. You know, in such positions, we've all been there. You want to sit on your hands, you know, not to make a fast move that throws away the win. When the position is so won, you want to make sure
Have you
you
used
don't
that
blunder anything.
technique? We're talking.
Well, when
let's tell to our viewers. Because
when I
not-
was 5,
yes.
my coach told me, and I would throw many games like that, and he would tell me, yeah, you don't just sit like that, you sit on your hands, and before you take your hand out of
You are
out,
thinking, yes.
it makes you think, okay, now I'm doing something important, I need to think a little bit more about
Faster,
it. Yeah,
yes,
so
more concentrated.
and so it does it's a good, I think it's a good practice to, before you make a move, just stop for a second and just make
Yeah.
sure you don't blunder anything.
Yeah, about this these techniques to not to blunder, not to make fast decision. In one of the interviews, Nepo mentioned that he has always thermos with him, and he has 2 thermoses or like 3 or some bottles sometimes, and he has tea in those thermos. And whenever there is the this kind of situation, he's just pouring the tea and drinking and enjoying the process, and he's thinking while he's pouring. So every time he was holding the thermos, I was like, something is going on. And I was actually testing that, and in fact it was very close to be true, because every time he had some surprises on the from Ding, he
would
was
take the
pouring
thermos.
enjoying
So
the tea.
it's a tell, yeah, in the poker language it's a tell, so
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting.
is
The
interesting.
players
It
have
is-
their own.
although in Nepo's case it doesn't really always work for him, yeah,
Because he's very fast
still,
player. He is very fast. I never actually never had any issue with that. I don't remember that I had issue with that, because I don't make that very fast decisions. I like to think mostly. But a lot of people very often said that they have different type of techniques how to just stop for a moment and think. All right, this.
If we
go ahead.
only knew where to stop, yeah, when
Yeah.
to stop and think.
Someone
It's-
tells you stop now and think. Shall we take a look of Dinara and Alexandra game?
yes,
What was the
let's see.
decision? Oh, she
Aha.
kept the queens.
So she kept the queens. And yeah, it's the safer approach, and probably this endgame. She came to the conclusion it wasn't winning. We can revisit this thought a little bit later. But what's interesting here, so she says that with such a weak king, well, the white king is not really weak in the sense that it can get mated or something, but it's weak in the sense that there are so many perpetual checks ideas. But maybe Alexandra is confident that she can hold this endgame.
Well, for white needs to win a6 pawns. For the moment, it's guarded.
Yes, how do you win it?
And you can't attack with the bishop, so maybe white needs to change the plan and get this queen the other side, like queen a5, queen h5, or you push a4,
or maybe
b5.
a4, b5. Maybe this is, but you know what the problem with this plan?
Before is a weakness, then
I think that let's say, let's say we shuffle. That's what we can do, we shuffle. And then you play a4. And then I play something like queen. Let's say queen even here, yes. So you no longer have b5 because the queen is hanging on a5, right? So you will probably take.
Shall we do queen f5 idea to then
you
plan
want
bishop
you threats of your own.
But I don't know how serious is that.
Exactly. No, well, maybe like this it will be serious. Maybe not. But let's think first. Sorry. No, well, I have to take somehow. Right?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Queen b4, bishop e4.
Yeah, you just scared me, right?
And if we just pass the move like king f8 or something like that.
King f8, I'm more afraid
I
of
f6 pawn.
f6. So maybe first we'll give it check. You go up. And now... No, but this might be tricky, especially on the king side. This pawn can be very tricky and very annoying. So maybe this is the point. Maybe this is the way to win it. So we create some threats on the king side, on the queen side, and then we shift to the queen side, to the king side. Okay, so then black should not just shuffle. We can place the pawn. So instead of shuffling, we can make some useful move. At least we now understand what we need to make. So we need to place the pawn on h6. Alexandra doesn't play it. She played f5. Yes, this is much better. So now her plan is, and she probably wants to meet queen a5 with queen b5.
Can be.
Can be? No, sorry.
Takes and bishop
takes
f1.
and bishop f1.
The problem is that the black's bishop on d6 is just one move behind, and now white can start to push the pawns. I suppose bishop d3 to take another pawn.
It's winning, yeah.
So white gonna have 2 pawns
we
too
cannot
far away.
afford ourselves. So a queen b5 is not a move. So on queen a5, what do we do? I would think she wants to play here. But you know what? There is another idea. In general, let's say like this, we can play queen d2.
To sacrifice.
And we want
bishop.
to, yes, and I think the queen bishop f4 is it a perpetual? It looks a lot like a perpetual.
Looks like.
For instance, well, not with the queen here. So if you take on a6, then we'll probably just take on b4. And it feels like a very drawish, well, not very drawish, but very good drawing chances for black. Because of the weakness, because we always, it feels like we will always have this counterplay with the bishop and the queen against
Yeah,
it.
obstacle color bishop endgames are the most tricky endgames.
Are extremely tricky.
You can just, fall asleep and then something can happen to you. And it's not always draw. It can be equal but not draw.
Not, yeah.
And anything can happen. So for the moment, we have 2 decisive results already this game, which is still on, but can end in 2 results. And then we have Kostinuk Tanjongi. We have not seen this game.
Let's take a look.
Let's take a look.
Oh, a lot has changed.
This
Oh,
king.
so
we have
the king.
we have predicted about the king getting
But
very active.
wait, but what happened? How did she? I thought it was a perpetual. Okay, so Tan managed to get her queen in the game very beautifully. It looks like, okay, is she playing for a win here? So she did not repeat. Right? She had the chance to repeat. She did not repeat. And she still doesn't repeat. So she thinks that she's not risking.
Makes a lot of
she
sense.
has a lot,
actually.
a lot of merit in this.
Yeah.
And A3. A3 is an interesting move. I think A3 is preparing a path for escape, maybe, for the king.
Oh, very deep move.
Yeah, it looks interesting. And now
H5 to
H5.
break down the pawn chain on the king side. That's interesting.
So, wait, but if white...
Whoa, look at this. H5.
Yes.
She sacrificed the pawn, and then she comes with the king to pick it up.
Wow. Wow.
That's amazing.
Wow.
She's so fearless in this position.
This is unbelievable.
I like
I love this
some of the
plan.
players are using king as a piece.
Yes.
Like extra piece. I can tell you who I'm really talking about. I'm talking about Nihal Sarin. That is a person who plays with extra piece all the time because he knows how to use the king. He's not afraid. He brings the king in the center, not necessarily only in the end game, also in the end game where there are still a lot of pieces. And then he wins because he has extra piece.
As a true leader, right? He leads his army into...
Yes, and he's extremely strong with this technique. And I'm always so jealous of the people who knows how to, who are not afraid to activate the king. And look at this, Tanjongi just opens up the king side and comes with the king
and this
into
is
the
totally
game.
unexpected because you were if you are white, you basically, okay, you here you say, okay, we go home. Yeah, it's a draw. We go home because, of course, only white can be better here, and black was lucky to find this perpetual, and then all of a sudden you have to solve some real problems. I think maybe she could stop the king from going to h6.
Imagine just be afraid of king h6.
Yeah, we should write a book, How to Defend Against King h6. Now, okay, but then there is the pawn is hanging, so she didn't have a plan. She didn't have it as an option.
Oh, she activated the queen with queen to e7, and I kind of like that move because bishop on f7 is very limited.
Yeah, but this is no longer a dull game.
Yeah, agree with that. So what happens after bishop d5 now? If black brings the bishop into the game,
Bishop
and
D5.
perhaps planning to play bishop before to divide the board into parts, and to keep
Yes,
the king
yes.
in
If the bishop, I agree. I totally agree. If the bishop can come to e4, it will be trouble for white, perhaps. But there's so much going on here. So let's consider for a second what happens. Oh, we have this check first of all.
King h4, I suppose.
King h4, knight g6.
King g5, because we can take the pawn.
We cannot take
yes.
because of this.
King
So
g5.
king g5. I wanted to go
Ooh.
here, and I think
and we
I
can take
win.
now f5.
And yeah, and I won the. And you cannot go to h5 because of knight f4.
Right.
The strength of
So-
knight and queen.
Yeah. So
So this
queen
is
a8
winning,
is a
right?
real threat
Queen
there.
e8. Let's think. King h4, is it forced? So you can go back. You cannot go to g5 because of queen g6. If you go to h6, I think it's trouble. Because, well, black doesn't have a perpetual anymore because white can run away or either from here. We might see some very nice king runs from both sides. So we do have some time maybe for.
Yeah, I was actually considering this queen e4 move here with for black, if black can trade the queens.
Where? Sorry.
Knight, yeah.
Ah,
check.
after knight g6. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Knight,
To trade
black
the
can-
queens, and the point is that f5 pawn is now a weakness.
Yes.
And
Yes,
as you
yes.
were pointing out, if the queens are off the board, these pawns can be targets.
You're absolutely right. I blundered. I have to admit I blundered queen d4. So this makes maybe my next move much more simple. I maybe need to play knight e6.
All right, queen e4 check.
Queen e4 check. And now I was actually considering playing something like. Yeah, but then again, you have at least a perpetual with black again because queen d3 is always coming, right? And probably more.
I have to admit that I see checkmate. I plan checkmate
You
there.
plan a checkmate and you have it, right? Because do
Wait,
you?
wait, no,
No.
not queen d3, but we go with queen e1 at the beginning, not queen d3.
Here? Where?
Um,
Here?
in this position. So check. Yeah. Check king c1. We give check.
Check from f1. I go back.
Check.
Aha.
Check.
Queen e1
Check.
and you mated me shamelessly. Yeah, let's show it. It's a beautiful mate. It deserves to be shown.
Yeah, this is a double-edged position.
So,
Both kings are in danger.
so white cannot also, yes, you're okay, maybe not king d2 then. Maybe we have to go the other way. But then you just take with the check and then you win the knight, right? So
Right.
what do we do then?
We might have another decisive result here.
Again? Oh, here, yes.
Bishop d5
Bishop d5 on the
has
board,
been
yes.
played.
So
Yeah.
we need to...
Queen
Alexander
e8 check. Alexander plays
checked.
very fast. Now,
Maybe she wants to play queen e3.
okay, that's actually very good scenario to trade the queens because the king is close to guard.
Yes,
Pawn. King g5.
but it might not be enough.
96.
96, take. I feel that the knight is a little bit awkward there, and this one starts running.
Yeah.
So, you know what? This might be a move.
h4. So if I take then king f4, right?
Yes, I want to
Beautiful.
install the king on f4, and I will feel extremely good with myself here.
Yeah.
Yeah, only white is not risking here. because
This is beautiful idea.
and no, this so let's go back, and if not, wait, is it all forced? King g5 is the move, right?
Yeah, king g5
We
is
don't have
not
many
forced.
other options. You know what? We might have g5. Is this a move? My point was that I wanted to force you to force your knight to be somewhere else, but still, if you can place the king on f4, I think we are more than fine with white. So maybe this is the correct plan. And what if we go after? Oh, we can't. Yes. So we have to go here.
King h4. How did king jump? Oh, wait. King h4 was the move that we disliked because of knight g6.
Knight g6. We felt that this is. But maybe now king g5.
h4 takes the place from
h4. Take.
This game is not peaceful game.
Wow. Now what is that? So knight e7, we just run up. There is no just in this position. You have to calculate.
King f4
King
sounds fine.
f4, yeah, I felt that we have
And
this
king
check.
e4 now.
King e4, yes. King
Really scared of
e4.
these active kings.
The Nihal king, yes?
Nihal king.
And okay, so and if knight g6, you know, it will be a shame if it ends like that. But no, but seriously, maybe not. Maybe yes, something like that. And then f5. No, f5 we don't want to play. We don't want the knight to.
I was actually thinking of king g3.
G3 you prefer?
Yes.
Let's see.
Because now either you give the check from b8, which limits.
Yeah, but I think
That's
I
good,
love this
actually,
check
yeah.
actually.
Mm.
Maybe I'm limited to it, but I love it.
King g2, knight f4.
Knight f4, yes. King
king
h1, yes. Back to safety.
You need a pencil to draw in another line.
It's
or
like, you
after
know,
each.
this when you need to move with the knight to pass every square without passing it twice. So we can do the same with the king.
Oh, Alexandra
Alexandra-
looked at the clock, I
Because
guess.
she
Oh,
only has 6.5 minutes.
This is the second time in one game when
And
she's
here-
downtime.
And here, there's so much to think about. This is. Maybe she will actually, you know, maybe this is the practical decision. We don't know if she was ready to do it on after King h8, but maybe she, because.
Can we now somehow avoid the queen trade? Let's say queen g2.
Yeah, I was thinking this.
And now take and bishop e4.
Now take and bishop e4. Yeah, so and what
Knight
is
here.
this you want to take? Yes, and take
And take on h3, I guess.
on h3. This might well be winning, but
Do we? Oh, was there bishop d7 instead?
where? Here?
In one move back.
Yes. Crippling the knight, of course. Beautiful. Not to d7. So the knight is totally cut off. All those squares are cut off by the bishop, and this square is cut off by the king. So only come and pick me.
Bye-bye night.
Bye-bye night. Yes. Wow. This is okay. So, but wait.
How we got in there?
How do
Ah,
we
we
how do we get out of there? That's the question.
Let's get out from here.
But
The
maybe.
Queen trade, yeah? Queen trade happened.
Hmm.
Today we have very interesting endgames.
But look at this. We might have this. It's black to move. We don't have it. Wait. So here. Yeah, it might be winning. And if we don't play Queen F2, then we're just doomed.
They're looking to the other side. What's happening there? Maybe the game
No,
has
Tan is
ended.
looking. Okay, let's see. Who is playing on the other side? Well, this looks lost for white. Right?
2 extra pawns connected to pass pawns should
Looks
be.
pretty much. And
The other
Dinara.
game?
Yes, that's what we thought it will
Hmm.
happen eventually. This counterplay, and she's even sacrificing a second pawn just for this counterplay. But this is a very strong counterplay. Yes.
Queen e5 check,
Queen
king
f5 check.
g6.
No more checks.
Oh, the game has been ended, and this is Olivia Kilbasa against Gunay
Yeah, she
Mamadzada,
resigned. Yes.
and Olivia has lost the
Tough,
game.
yeah, tough
Tough
loss
start.
for Olivia.
Yeah.
But it was in the cards from the very beginning. Yes.
Mhm.
So from this moment, it was really Black's game to not to win, so to speak. So
And then at some point, Olivia had really, really.
it looked like
nice
she
comeback.
almost got off the
Mm.
hook, and then
I think
right
I think
around
her problem in this game was the lack of the time. If she had a bit of more time here in this position, maybe she would not
she would have.
play so fast as King C1. I think King C1 was the main mistake to allow Knight G4.
It
to
feels
happen.
it feels like she probably missed knight G4. On the other hand, you cannot blame her because there's so much. It was such a sharp game. It was so much to calculate
Mhm.
that it really.
All right.
Oh, and
Oh, another game has been ended.
Yeah, okay,
4
Katerina.
decisive results so far.
so
I have to mention this that here we had 2 guests today, and I was asking the same question: how many decisive results could happen? And the president of FIDE mentioned 1 or 2 decisive results, and I knew that it would be more for sure. And I was laughing. He said, like, no, I'm gonna win this bet. And then Vishy said 3 decisive results. And already we have 4 decisive results. So this
this is
this-
an amazing start.
yeah,
first
this
of all.
means that we're gonna have a lot of decisive results as usually we have, and no boring draws. That's the biggest enemy for commentators who are commentating
Yeah.
for 6 hours.
Yes, and not a dull moment so far today,
Mhm.
and we hope it goes on for 11 rounds, right? So,
Mhm.
and yeah, so some great fighting chess, and we left the game here, King G1, which is also she basically combined both ideas. She doesn't want to move the queen, the rook
The
from
rook,
from
yeah.
the F file, keeping both options. And the ending was quite nice. So all those dances with the queen with the rooks are so nice. And eventually, look, she liquidated into just a simple rook ending
With extra
with
two
two extra pawns,
Oh,
but
yes, two.
what pawns?
Connected
Those,
pawns and a lot of weaknesses in black's
yes,
position.
this is really an impressive start by Katerina Lagno. A very complete game. She from the start she was.
Mhm. And she's one of those three players who has great chances to qualify to the candidates tournament. So
And
that's
she
indeed a good
might have
start.
improved it a lot because Kostyniuk is in trouble.
Mhm.
So not only did she win, but Alexandra is really having a lot of trouble. We're not even sure. Although, as you said, for Alexandra losing game in the beginning is maybe a good sign and not a bad sign. Yes.
Not a big of deal what we have seen so far. Okay.
But wait, what happened? They went in another. Okay, so she didn't. She didn't play Queen E3. She went Knight E7, and she's basically claiming that she's not afraid. But I think this is slightly over optimistic. Maybe Bishop F3 here. Is this a move?
Threatening
Are we
checkmate.
afraid of this end game with black? No, right? Not with this king.
No.
It will just pick up everything. Wow, if Tan wins it, it will be extremely impressive.
Yeah, this H5, King H7.
Queen G3. Ah, so she wants to get your formation, right? If King D2, she wants to place the queen on D3.
Mhm.
But if we compare to that variation, there is no Queen F5 with check, so we might try to run to the F file now. And Alexandra
8
is
seconds.
down to 45, 44 seconds to make a move.
She has to make very important
And this
decision
is,
now.
yeah, this is the situation on the board. She doesn't, you can see by her body language, she doesn't like her position at all. She
goes
has
king
to give up
D2.
this square. Queen goes to
Queen
F2.
F2. Wait, this is the position that we have seen already.
Yeah, and this is forced mate, as you said, right? Looks
King
like a
C3,
forced-
Queen E1, and that's a
Yeah,
checkmate.
this is a checkmate.
King C2, Bishop E4.
So this we have visited already.
And if king goes on D1.
And if king goes, sorry, so we are here. No.
King E2,
yeah,
yes.
and
King
give
D1.
D1, then
We give a check.
Bishop F3. We go here,
Yes,
and this
check.
is the same mate.
Yes.
So the king will be mated, and Alexander's emotions. is it-
24
oh,
seconds.
yeah, but it's
Whoa.
time is not her biggest. I think
Did she resign?
It looks like.
No, she played
made
King
she
C3,
played King C3,
and it's going to
she
be
already
checkmate
sees
in
it.
2 moves, and we have
Wow.
here resignation. Wow.
Wow. An
This is a-
extremely impressive technique in the end, at the end by Tan.
Tanjangi played for a win in a position that we were
wouldn't
thinking
even
it's a
dream
draw.
of it. Yeah, on the face of it, the bishop should be.
Yes, Alexandra's biggest enemy in this game was her time. She had time problems.
Just look at this position. You feel so safe with white here. And then she got, and you know, that's how you often lose such positions. You get a little bit, just a tiny bit carried away.
Mhm.
You miss some plan by your opponent, and this is not. Doesn't mean not to say that this H5 King H7 plan is brilliant, really brilliant by Tan. I mean, just
Amazing.
out of
It
the
was
blue, you just give up a pawn, and then you go with the king to H7. It's fantastic, and I think
amazing.
I don't
really.
think it really is winning here. but it broke something in this whole mindset, because you were playing just one move ago, you were playing for two results, you know, you're grinding down this position, and then suddenly she wants
King gets
to
into the game.
yeah, and suddenly this king is no longer weak, and your king starts, I mean, you start getting some questions asked. So
And then in the
wow.
end, when she got some chances, she never missed. I'm talking about Tan. This is really good game. So we have here
Fantastic.
two games: Harika Dronavali and Tan Zhongyi, who showed very nice techniques in the end game. Fully controlled the board.
Yes.
We had that game. We had Gunay Mamadzada, who was quite sharp in her position, as well as Lachna Catherine. So we have sort of mixed position as well. Nana was quite sharp, and we have one final game right now in progress. This is Dinara Wagner and Alexandra Gorechkina. This is so far the most peaceful game.
Well, I wouldn't call it peaceful, but it might be our only draw today. Yes.
Yeah.
I think you were asking the wrong question. You should be asking how many draws were we, and not how many wins. So yeah, this does look like we are, like, the draw is in the cards, because frankly this pawn, when you eliminated the pawn on a6, you don't really have I mean, all those bishop endings are now drawn, and let's say I just play queen e3 here.
Right.
How can you
Trade the
make
queen.
progress?
Yeah, problem for white is that you can't really trade the queens and go to the obstacle color bishop endgame, because all your pawns are just blocked on the dark squares. You can't
Absolutely.
activate your king anymore on the queen side, and the pawn is also blocked on the
But
other.
with such strong domination, how can you not trade the queens? Yeah, I would expect Dinara, who really pushed. We should really say it again. Praise her for playing for a win for a very long time, and Gorechkina managed to escape, probably, unless something extraordinary happens here. She did manage to escape, but it wasn't easy for her. And maybe Dinara will feel that she did miss some chances around here. Maybe, but on the I would argue that here this queen a4, I'm not sure I'm liking it. So I would say that what I would really love to do is to keep this knight here. Yeah, so maybe knight d4 here. We want knight f5, and if you play bishop d7, ideally I would like to exchange this bishop for those light square bishops.
We can do knight f5, bishop f5, queen f5 with bishop
That's-
e4 idea, yeah?
Yeah, and that was my second more direct approach, because we want to do that. And it's not the pawn that we're attacking. We want to mate.
Yeah.
and
We're people here with a plan. We
Yeah.
want to mate.
we are.
After
do you
bishop
even-
e7, it's
it's still a mate. Amazingly enough, I mean, and you cannot even look at this. By around 11, we will learn how to use the mouse, guys. So basically, even here, you don't have bishop f5 because there is
Indeed.
check, and you can still protect. But
You can start with check.
now I think this is some serious questions that are gonna be asked.
And then it's interesting that black queen can't even get any more active here.
Yes, I
Can't
think
cannot really stop. So you just push the pawn.
yeah, and it looks extremely forced. So she did, unless you want to tell that. No, but okay, you don't play it here,
Mhm.
King H8.
There is another resource here for white, I guess, to play first h5, to have this pawn
To
there.
induce H6 and
Yes, yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
those are
Little
this
details,
is
yeah.
how Magnus wins those games. He
Mhm.
throws a pawn here, he improves a
Mhm.
little bit and then eventually all those variations start to work for in
Mm.
your favor. So yeah, but here even you don't even need that because it's winning by force. So yeah, and Dinara took this pawn on a4, which was tempting, but she allowed this exchange. So she took on a4, and this allowed Alexandra off the hook, because now the activity is much more important than this pawn on a4, which really was not playing any role.
Alexandra Garechkina very often looks her opponent in the eyes to read out
How do
she
you feel
feels.
about the opponents looking in your eyes?
Well,
during
I
the game?
usually have very nice liner on my eyes, so she can enjoy. But if I play against Alexandra, I would add more colors. I think. Yeah, I know. I understand what's your question actually, and it's not pleasant.
Yeah, it feels like it's a bit like an invasion into your personal space, right?
Mhm.
And yeah, actually, for instance, Peter Svidler, he's famous for almost never sitting at the table when it's not his turn to play, and he was asked a few times why he's doing it, and one of the reasons he's doing is, well, one of the reasons is he doesn't really need to look at the board because he's so brilliant he can calculate,
Blindfold.
But another reason, he says that he feels like his opponent deserves the privacy, of him not being there all the time. So this is really remarkable approach, I think. But yeah, so. But again, unless if it's a short, you take a glance and you move the ice, I think it's perfectly normal. But there are players that are really staring at you, and sometimes
That's scary.
well,
Something from just scary.
yeah. So, but the game is still going on, and it's interesting. I think Alexandra is looking at Dinara. It's more of an asking glance, as if, what is exactly your plan here?
She's just getting, in my opinion, she's just getting the information from the opponent, because very often you are sending signals how you feel. For me right now, Dinara is a little bit distracted, and she's not as confident as she was before in the game.
Yes.
And maybe Alexandra just wants to make sure that they are both at the same page, that there's no more danger for her.
Perhaps, yes. Well, actually, there are, thinking of it, there are ideas. So, for instance, let's say we play Queen E8. Now, well, obviously we hope for King G7, and then we win the bishop. This is always nice. So another idea would be, we're actually threatening perhaps Queen G8. Now, are we threatening really anything? So maybe this would be, I would play queen c3. And the idea is that if we check, we to always have this protection.
Yeah. H5, king D, king f6.
H5, king f6, and I just managed to lose, right? very confidently. and this is, yeah. So,
Another checkmate with the
Yes.
same pattern.
so the team is, okay, so if you need lessons how to lose a drawing position in 5 moves, I'm available. So, okay, so there are dangers here.
It's not.
As
it's
I-
not
as I
game
just
over
demonstrated,
yet.
it's-
It's not game over yet. So that's why if it's a dead draw position, she will not look at the opponent.
Yeah.
She needs to know how much Dinara says here in this position.
This is interesting. Well, what do you do on queen e8? Maybe we're relaxed. Maybe it will be 6 out of 6. But Dinara is how much time? She's down to her last
Ooh,
minute.
1 minute.
Wow. So I would say all
She
results are
has to make a
actually
move.
queen e8 is a very unpleasant idea because even h5 is a threat now. So for instance, if it's white, let's say it's white's turn.
But Alec, when there
Let's
is less than 1 minute on the clock, now this is 3 result game.
Absolutely,
again, back.
absolutely. Although if one, yeah, unless some disaster happens, if white doesn't go crazy, she's not really risking. But queen e8, and she made the move with 16 seconds left on the clock. So
Mhm.
after the increment, she has now 46 seconds only.
There will be no more increments from now on.
Oh,
They
there will be
have
the
to-
increment, the per move increment, right?
Yeah,
There will
only.
have no, yeah.
Mhm.
So it's a sudden death
Mhm.
until the end. But how do you play here? The threat is h5 actually.
True. King g7 is not possible. King
King
queen
g7,
e5,
queen
we just-
e5, as we said.
Yeah, said that.
And so, for instance, well, you don't take this pawn.
Maybe bishop d4 too.
Bishop d4, yeah, this is a move. But what do you do on this again? Do you play bishop g7? You don't really want to play it, especially given that h5 is coming. So you don't want to bury your bishop here, right? Because this is suddenly game over.
Wow. Oh no. And then c7. And you
so
cannot
this
stop
is game
that.
over. Are we going to see 6 decisive games here? So
What a start.
maybe I wasn't that lame. Maybe the position is lost. It's not that I'm so bad.
I wish I also asked you
So-
before. It was too late when
Ask
you had
me now.
already.
Ask me now.
Ask you now. Okay, 6 decisive result or not?
I would go for 6 decisive results here. Yes.
And then I can't win. Oh, bishop f2 has been played.
Bishop f2. Has she played h5 or queen g8? What
We
has
need to see the board.
queen g8 is played?
King f. Okay, queen g8 protects the pawn on g3 in that way.
And well, she has this check with the hope of king e6, but she's not playing against me, so probably king g6 will be played. And okay, well, there's no harm to repeat, I
Mhm.
think. No, but this is now maybe just critical for black. Maybe even h5.
I like that move. Because then queen h8 is a
Queen
threat.
h8 is a very strong threat. And if you try to protect, I always have this b6.
Mhm.
And now this is again a mate. Oh, this is not a mate. You have king e7. Sorry.
But it feels
No,
wrong.
it feels wrong. It,
It feels
feels
wrong.
lost.
Queen d8 here.
Queen d8 mate,
Mhm.
yes. The queen also not mate.
King g7.
King g7, wait.
They
Let's-
have made the
they
move.
made the move. Did she
King
play?
e7. I
Oh,
think
she-
she protected
oh,
that
she-
right away. King e7.
King is. Yeah, but this is okay. If. Oh, maybe not so easy. Yeah. King f8.
King f8 on the board.
The idea is that after, if we take on c7, then queen g3, suddenly black wins. So Dinaro repeated to gain herself some time.
Mm-hmm.
But this, yeah, maybe there will be a draw after all.
Can white afford to give up the pawn on g3?
I don't
case
think
if-
because it's how do you do how can you do that? Because it's mate. It's not just a pawn. It's check, check, and mate.
Yeah, and if you take queen h6, then you trade the queens as
If you
well.
take on h6, then yes. Then you yeah, and the king is in time to stop everything here. Yes, that's what you meant.
Yeah,
So if we take, we don't.
b6.
We're
and,
not in
yeah.
time for b6 because the king is just where it should be. Wow, but if this is an escape, it will be a very narrow escape after suddenly.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see, was it?
So this check, king goes on e7.
Oh, so she went to e7 and not e6. Yes, this is much smarter. And king. What about the time? She's
45 seconds. Oh,
31.
no, 30
30
seconds.
seconds.
We have a bit of delay on clock. And she goes
she goes queen g7. Okay, this is a good practical decision because for now she's not really risking much, and she wants to be able to take on h6, right? If so, this is clearly in white's favor. We don't want to do that with black.
Then you bring the queen back and you have
and you just push
h-pawn.
the h pawn.
Yeah.
Very, very simple. You can make 1,000 moves in 2 minutes there. So, okay, what does black do?
I was thinking about queen to d1, but then even if you just get this queen on g1 check, king h3 is quite safe there. And you might
Yes.
lose some time to get this queen there and lock your pieces
Absolutely,
together.
and coming to think of it, I think b6 is a threat here because, as we established, we want to trade this b pawn, which is useless for not so much, not so useless as we saw, for the h pawn, because then the game will be self-playing. Just the h pawn just runs and. Wow.
It's a Tesla pawn. Just drives without the driver.
Good. Yes, yes, it's a self-driving pawn. Yeah, coined another expression here. What do we do with black?
What a game! I don't know which one
H5.
is my favorite today. All the
All
games
of them.
are so
Yeah,
interesting.
all of them. Just one, but you pick one. But h5 and Alexandra looked.
She played
Yeah,
h5 already.
No, I played h5.
Mhm.
But is it a valid move?
I think it makes a lot of sense to stop this happening, and then it will be harder for white to pick up this pawn.
I think she did play it.
H5,
Yeah, she played h5.
Nice
This
guess.
is the most natural, really move. One of the few that she has in this position.
Mhm. So can we distract the bishop? Can we play b6 here?
Yeah, but now what happens? Oh,
Queen
and you want to
G5,
check
yeah.
and okay, so maybe this is, yeah, okay. So we are still back to the same agenda, right?
She's playing the move. She's
Yeah,
playing
but
the
I
move.
don't think it was on the right
What is that? Queen e5.
side. Okay, she's gaining some time, which is smart,
Mhm.
very smart in her situation.
Yeah. And the pawn has been moved, so it's not triple
exactly. So she's
repetition.
not risking.
Check. And also, if if Dinara is repeating the position, is Alexandra in some sort of zugzwang here?
Ah, yes, that's what she did. This is
And
exactly
she's
what
not
she
even
did.
giving up the pawn. So
Exactly.
smart.
Even better.
Yeah.
Although still, well, we can take on b5, and then, but again, very impressive, extremely impressive, really. And this looks just game over, right?
I was
Well,
actually
Black
thinking.
can establish some defense, yeah, with along the. Or
Alik,
what do you want to do?
I think no, it's not working, but we can show that king f8, queen d8. If white tries to pick up the pawn on c7,
Ah, this might
I
also be
think
interesting. Yes.
black can play queen d3 now, and white's queen is just too misplaced there.
And
Queen
on
e5.
queen e5, suddenly this.
Yeah, and we don't have more checks.
And just to show that it's never too late to lose, right? So even in this position, you can lose with white.
Right.
And can you not lose here, by the way?
Queen f6. I think.
Ah, we have
stays.
queen f6,
Mm.
and this is.
If bishop takes, though.
Sorry, no, this is not what I meant. I didn't want to go
Mhm.
here. So if bishop takes, king h3 is the only move. Yes, because king g1, queen e3. Yes, when we are
Mhm.
mated. So bishop g3, king h3, and this is mate.
That's the mate.
So white can. We're still playing for 3 results,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen.
So white should not go for the with
The
the queen too
c7
far.
pawn, yeah,
Yes.
and I want to say that it feels like that, but it feels that if we manage to grab this h pawn, then we are more than made progress. And she played king e8. Okay, so now it's time to decide whether we want to finally push this pawn. And b6 is very forcing, right? Because you cannot take here because of queen g8 and just c7, right?
That's right.
Ah,
e5?
she played queen e5 again.
Oh, she's repeating too many times, I think.
It might be one too many. But that's what happens if you don't see what to do.
But now she can. Oh no, she can't push.
I think that now after king e7,
she's looking at this score. She's counting the moves.
but it will be the
I
second
think.
time, I think. Or no, it will already be the
Wait,
third
wait,
time.
is she? So the rule. Let's
So let's
remind
see.
our viewers. The rule is that if you're sure that this is threefold repetition, you write down the move, stop the clock, call the arbiter, ask for check. She's counting now the moves.
But
Let's do it.
it's still not 3 times. So the last
Yeah.
time, and she played king e7. She doesn't want to give Dinara
Extra time.
to think.
Queen
Queen
g7.
G7. How much time does she will have 1 more minute to think. I think she has to try.
She has to try because she's not risking too much.
Right.
She has this
right,
extra pawn.
Right.
And now it's time. She cannot.
But you know,
repeat
sometimes you can get into this mental lock that you just discard some variations and wow.
the moment of truth. She has
So-
to play now.
so
If she repeats
dramatic.
the move, that's gonna be a draw. Oh, she's not so sure. She's not so sure, and time isn't helping.
And it reminds me, you know, of this.
Go, Dinara. You can try. That's the extra pawn. She can lose the game, right?
Yeah, she well, she can, as we
On
we
time,
saw, she can on
yes.
time
If
or by
blunder,
blundering
yes.
g3.
Yes.
But and this must be going through her
Queen.
queen g5.
Queen g5. All right.
So she's trying to stalemate, to somehow zugzwang, which, okay, this is also valid, right? Anything that does not allow immediate draw is a move.
Wow, this is a game of nerves.
Absolutely nerve-wracking game.
Yeah.
Now, and another point that the queen on d3 is also almost perfectly placed, because if you move the queen, then there is bishop d5, right?
And you wish that the bishop on f2 is transparent so you can give checks.
Yes. So, king
f8.
f8. Well, now the moment of truth, because she will need to. There are no more checks. Basically,
She can move
Alexandra
the
forced
bishop.
her to play b6 because there is no other move.
Yeah, but she can't also do much in this position. Like, queen is perfectly placed on d3, bishop is perfectly placed
Yeah,
on f2.
yeah.
And she can't.
But
Can
she
we do
doesn't
bishop
have
h3
another.
here?
Ah, yeah, you can. Although. But here. How do you feel here?
Not well.
B6
B6 is on the
Yes!
board. Whoa.
Yeah.
We don't know if this is winning or not, but we want to see
But we
this
wanted to see this move
Yes.
for so long, so we deserve it, I think.
Yes.
Um.
Okay. Okay, let's
No, this is an
concentrate now
amazing,
on
amazing
the
game.
video.
And we almost dismissed this game, yeah, this as a dead draw.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it was drawish, but it doesn't matter at all now. I mean,
yeah.
it's all about. Okay, so this is a losing by force.
Queen d8 is a big
Queen d8
threat
is
right now.
yeah, well, either queen or play
King
queen
e8, bishop c6 first.
d8. Yeah,
To be
okay.
brutal.
To
But
be
we can
brutal.
be more brutal. Queen d8 and bishop c6.
No, you can't
King
do
e7.
that. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, it's
It's
too
not
much.
to be-
This is too much. So yeah, okay. So and of course, so the move to play is this. Queen takes h5.
I like how you wanted to stop my brutality. It's just too
Right.
much.
This is too much is too much.
Right.
But
I think now in this case, if white captures the pawn on h5, black should keep the king on king side. King g7, king h8.
okay,
that makes sense.
let's take a look at this for a second,
Mhm.
because we'll probably be looking at it for a lot more. So
The viewer in our chat says a box says probably the best game I have seen in a while about this one.
well,
It's
I
fun.
wouldn't say it's the best game ever, but it's
fun to watch.
it's fun to watch. Yeah, that's for sure. And we're still not sure what the result will be.
That's right.
Well, bishop b6 is forced. Dinara will take on h5.
Oi, she's
She
not
is
certain.
a bit hesitant all of a sudden, but yeah.
Totally
eventually
understandable. Totally understandable.
Yeah, after knowing for so long that you cannot move the
Mhm.
queen, suddenly to move it from
Yeah.
the g file, you really want to double check. Okay, so now the landscape has shifted to the king side.
And you know what's very interesting? When you give up this b pawn, you still control the whole queen side. You're not allowing your opponent to have any
So still
counterplay.
no counterplay, yeah. And yeah, and but now all those counterplay plans are virtually eliminated for black. So and white's play is extremely as you said, is a Tesla, right? So it really plays itself. But okay, let's think how we try to
We can
hold.
get this position back. Bishop
So
f2.
if we could, I would ideally want to bring my queen to g6, not in one move.
Some illegal actions.
No, not in one move. I'm not that. Maybe on the last round it will happen, but for now I'm still
We're still fresh.
relatively. Anyway, I would like to bring the queen to g6, but not.
Not if that
Not
costs too many pawns.
Not by sacrificing 2 pawns, because this, if we exchange the pawns, I think it's a draw. It might be a draw.
Oh, is it because like we can take and bishop f3 to
Oh, we
threaten
managed to get 2 pawns, and because we
Yeah.
have the extra pawn, we
Yeah.
will force black
Yeah.
to sacrifice the bishop for
And
both
yeah,
pawns,
yeah.
and we'll have a pawn to win,
extra. Yeah, and also we're trading the side pawn, so we will not struggle too much with G and
Absolutely.
F pawn. It's like easier.
So yeah, we don't want to give up 2 pawns, but maybe nobody will ask us actually, because
King G7.
King
that
G7 played,
makes a
as you
lot of
said.
sense.
Yes. So Queen G5 probably
And
will come.
Garage can also catch up on time now. It's only 1 minute difference. on
Yeah, and
clock.
it's but when you're in a probably losing position, you're less worried about time, and you're more worried, when it should be a drawn position, and you need to make some accurate moves. But when you know that probably
Yeah.
you're in a lost position, you're less worried about it. And yeah, I think I would play.
Oh, she played the move.
She played. What did she play?
Check. She's
She
repeated.
okay. She is actually playing very very. How to say?
Maybe.
Very
Queen
practically.
f6.
Yeah, Queen
She's
f6.
going
That's
her
what I
move.
was wanted to suggest, and after King g8 to play h5.
And h6 would create the threat of some kind of
It's quite an
checkmate.
unpleasant.
Also, like
yes.
h7 to give this pawn and take f7 pawn. Many ideas here.
And if you go back, then I can probably go here. And now your move. I think.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Mhm. Threatening bishop f5 to be
That's
captured by Chang.
Absolutely devastating, I think.
And if you go king h8 instead, then h6 also creates a lot of threats.
If we go king h, yes.
Bishop, yeah.
So she's thinking. She played king g8. Yeah, I would love black to play bishop f2. So then we have this option
Mhm.
of bishop h3.
h5.
But did she play h5? Yeah,
Yeah.
h5. And now if she looked at Tan's game, she might also consider king h3, h4, and king g5. What do you think? I think
Nigel short game.
Nigel, yes, yes. So the kings, the
I love it. I love it. I love
And
it.
what-
Wow.
wow.
What a day. What a day.
absolutely fantastic games, really. I mean, you cannot stress it enough here, because the fighting spirit and the freshness of ideas, and they keep searching, right? In many positions that we saw that you could stop. In Tan's
Yeah.
game, you could stop. Even here, I mean, we stopped. We said, a bit superficially, I must admit, but we said that.
Yeah. Oh no, we
Yeah.
had to because we have 6 games to cover.
Yeah, but
at some point.
but anyway, it
yeah.
really looked like after those pawns were exchanged, and with all this domination, but Dinara kept looking for chances, and she found them, and this is amazing, really. And if she brings the victory home, it will be an astonishing.
Amazing,
Win.
amazing
And
start for her.
maybe we can ask her here after the game.
We can
We
try
can
that.
Ask Michael maybe if she agrees.
We can ask that for sure.
Well, if she wins, let's because
Mhm.
if she doesn't win, she will definitely not want to talk to anybody. So, but she does look very much in the driver's seat now, and wow, it will be. And now look at the times. Alexandra has less than a minute right now. She has only 50 seconds. And not an easy choice. Okay, she played bishop c5. So she wants to lure the pawn to h6 and try to block it from here.
Mm-hmm.
To not to block the pawn. So she would, I think she would love to exchange those pawns, the h pawn for f7 pawn.
That's smart idea. And also all this moves bishops h3 will not work that easily anymore because you have second rank open for the queen.
But you know what? I'm afraid there is a drawback to this plan, because after h7 we also grab the c7 pawn. And now this is probably, well, this is losing because we just win. So bishop c5. Now Dinara, she has a lot of
H6 on the
time.
board?
Well, she played h6. She probably calculated, yeah, she calculated this line. But maybe, wait, maybe the plan is queen d4. So the idea is that now if you take, we still don't have queen d7, queen g7 because queen f5. She played bishop d4. Okay, this is a much more tenacious defense. Now look at this. This is interesting because now after h7, king h7, queen f7. If we go to h6, I think this is the chance that Alexandra found. If we take the pawn on c7, then there is suddenly bishop f2 and you cannot protect.
King h7?
But she gave, okay, she gave a very nice, wow.
King h7 now, watch out, bishop g1 can lose a queen.
Yeah, so she will probably have to take on c7.
Yeah,
she just did. Bishop f2 now runs into queen takes f7, king h6, queen f6, and then we get to g5 or h4 with a check, and we queen. Wow. And Alexandra, I think her body language tells us that she's pretty much given up on the game, I think. Wow. So it will be 6 out of 6.
Yes. And if this game ends in favor of Dinara, we're gonna have four results for white and 2 decisive results for black. 3. Wait.
Yeah, it will be
3.
It will be 4-2 and unbelievable. Really, I'm astonished by the level of the tension and by the level of play and the will to win.
That started very beginning of how Dinara played, very aggressive moves.
Yes.
and she was telling from very beginning that she wanted to.
Bishop G1 at this
What is
is she
this?
trying to?
Is this a stalemate?
No, there is.
It's a stalemate.
Oh my God!
Wait, you keep the bishop.
You
You
cannot
keep the
take the
bishop.
bishop,
you
but
keep
this is
the
a fantastic.
bishop.
Guys, look at this resource. This is a fantastic resource by Alexandra to force a
King
stalemate.
H3.
But
Wow,
even-
impressive.
I must admit, I want to see the expression on Dinara's face after Bishop G1.
I know my heart rate went
I'm
up.
not sure. Perhaps she saw it because she didn't fell off the chair. So
Imagine if
she
you
probably-
lost her.
so she probably she probably saw it. Actually, I had a game once when I almost delivered a stalemate by sacrificing 2 rooks and a queen. And it was very similar to this. I was absolutely lost. I stalemated my king on h6, but then I mixed up the order and I didn't make. Well, I allowed my opponent not to take both rooks, and I was actually even winning afterwards. But anyway, it was. It's always such a pleasure to do one of those. So.
Indeed. But
What?
bishop is the worst piece for a stalemate.
No,
Wait, queen G.
Queen G8.
Okay, yeah, queen G3 is not working. You're just trading.
Yeah,
queens.
I was going to say that she's playing with fire, but there is also even the square on h5. So
we just got traumatized by bishop
Yeah,
G1,
for life.
let's say.
forever, we'll never be the same again. And yeah, I think this is probably the last move of the game by the looks of it. Maybe no, yeah, Alexandra is still trying to. But wow, I think now the safest is to check on g5, check on e8, and move the pawn 1 square forward. And of course, we still have to calculate a little bit to make sure that here there is queen c3.
Gren Borg in the chat on Twitch says, I would lose it with both colors.
Yeah, you know, there are some games that you have this feeling that no matter which color you play, you would lose it. Yeah, and this is a very good observation. Yeah, so now this is winning. Now a lot of things winning, but we should not forget that. Well, Dinara is a bit too edgy now. She has a lot of time. She has 2 minutes, and she's really one calculation away from a win, right? So she needs to calculate this line probably, that she can check on on e6. There is no king g7 because we exchanged the queens. And on king h7 or h5, we take on f5 with check. Then we get to g4 with checks, and we promote the pawn.
That's right.
And
so king h6 has happened.
interesting what happened. So she...
King h6, queen g5.
This is the live position, yeah. So she did... Oh, so we are expecting queen e7 and c7 now? Well, I don't know if we're expecting, but it looks logical.
Looks very logical indeed. What else we can do here with white?
Well, I think even c7 wins, but
Right away to
it's a
take
very
the-
unnecessary complication because you're...
Yeah, queen
About the
e7
queen.
check has happened.
I think Dinara calculated it, but we shall see. Maybe there's really not much room for Alexandra to not many chances for her to find. But she's, as we saw, she's extremely resourceful in her defense. So
Yeah,
she
she's
found
very, very strong
so
defender indeed.
so many great ideas, and maybe even an even better way to win it. Well, c7 probably wins, but we can even maybe get even closer.
Mhm.
Maybe that's pure greediness, I don't know, but we can do that like this. Although I like it. I like the c7 move here. I don't see anything wrong with it.
She goes for it. C7.
And Dinara doesn't see it either, so I think queen c3 should be played because you need to keep an eye on g3 and the c7 pawn. So you want to be able to take it, to attack it at least. But queen c3 there is even simpler win. This and this.
Take the pawn and give more
And
checks, and then
get
from
to
g4.
g4 and yeah. So and I
Wow.
think
Okay, now Dinara is relaxed.
yeah, she
She
has
knows
calculated
She has more
it.
time on the clock.
She has more time. She has more pawns. She'll have more queens soon. And this is well.
Yeah, you can win this position
This is
against
the biggest
anyone.
upset of the round, probably. Although we had, you could argue that Kostyuk Tan is also quite a surprising. Although they are both in similar strength, but Kostyuk was white and.
Yeah, the ratings rank, and the game has been done. Congratulations to Dinara. This is indeed
Absolutely amazing.
Great achievement to win in the first round against first-rated player, who is one of the also leader of overall standing. And we can see how happy is she, and we're for sure
Absolutely.
sharing this moment of the joy of the player who wins the game. But on the other side, we have Alexandra Gorechkina, who desperately needs to get as much Grand Prix points as possible to get in the candidates tournament.
Yes. And I think the biggest winner of today's round is Katerina Lagno. Both her contenders for the first prize here, not the first prize here, for the Grand Prix spots, lost, and she won a game. And
oh wow, we have two faces. We have Alexandra Gorechkina in very deep thoughts, probably thinking
going
where
over
the things went
the
wrong
game,
for her.
yes, because it looked like she was really off the hook already. And what a game! What a round!
Indeed, 6 decisive result.
I remember I was a big Chicago Bulls fan and Michael Jordan's fan, and when they won the sixth championship, so Michael jumped and he said 6. So we can safely do it the same today.
Yeah,
So
let's go.
we have
had it.
a 6
had it.
decisive game. It cannot be any better. So this is the bad part. It can't get any better than
It
that.
can't get any better. It can't get
But
any better.
We had really fantastic. We had some positional masterpieces, right? With the Harika's fantastic win.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fighting chess. This grind by Dinara.
Almost 80 moves and so many hours
Yes.
of play. I think we're very close to miss the dinner,
But it was worth it. I think
it was
absolutely
absolutely
worth it.
worth it. I hope our viewers has enjoyed this round. But you guys, it's not the end, because we're gonna have Dinara Wagner in the studio, giving her thoughts, giving all the insights. So if you have been here for all this time with us, it is really wrong time to leave. We are going to have the winner of the final game, Dinara Wagner, who won against Alexandra Gorechkina, and we're gonna take very short break, technical break, and we'll be back with her.
So I'm joined by Harika here in the press center. Harika, first of all, congratulations on a very nice game against Bibisara Asaobayeva. How are you feeling after this first win in the Cyprus Women's Grand Prix?
No, it was always good to start with a win, but of course I wasn't expecting much from this game. But I think my opponent played really bad after a point. I don't know if it's really better or if she played bad and I just got winning position.
I was following the game, of course, with the help of the computer, which is always a bit easier. It seemed to me that in the opening, maybe I'm mistaken, and that's why I'm asking you, it seemed to me that you chose something a bit different to get out of theory as soon as possible. Would that be a correct assessment?
Yeah, I just played some normal offbeat position and it's nothing special. So I was just playing move to move and I thought like it's just fine for black too, but I was just playing cautiously and at some point I think she just started playing really bad chess.
You exchanged your bishop for the knight on c6 to sort of unbalance the position, trying to go into an ending. I think it was equal, but then she made a weird decision, exchanging her bishop for your... what did you think of that move?
If I don't take bishop into c6, then it's easy play for black, let's say f5 and e4, like nothing special. So this is very typical in these kind of positions to take bishop into c6 and play on the double pawn and like see how it goes. But bishop into c3, I was taken aback. I thought maybe something I missed or I didn't know what it is. But then after that, it got easier for me to play. From there, I didn't have any trouble to make moves. It was just easy flow.
Well, if I can say so, from then onwards, of course, you still had to play precise moves, but it seems to me like a sort of textbook example of how to take advantage of space, better pawn structure, and better piece placement. Would you agree on that assessment?
Yeah, definitely. Because I know that there are double pawns, but it's all opposite color bishop. You never know. But okay, we have knights. And I was just playing some simple moves, trying to restrict the knight. And whenever possible to convert into bishop versus knight because her bishop was bad. But somehow I think it got easier for me. I think the moves also made it easier for me to make it. It didn't... take much effort from there.
Thanks for coming to the interview. Congratulations on your first win. And before I let you go, is this your first time in Cyprus? How are you enjoying the hotel, the place, the food? Is it a good experience up to now?
Yeah, my first time in Cyprus, I was really excited because I could add one more country to my travel list.
How many do you have, by the way?
I don't remember, maybe like around 45 to 55 or something like this. So I was excited for that, and I'm really enjoying the atmosphere, the hotel, the weather. The only thing is it feels like vacation place. Everyone is enjoying, and like then you have to be really focused on like, okay, I have to focus on the game. But I really enjoy the place here and everything, especially the weather. It's not cold. That itself is good for me.
We're being spoiled here these days.
Yeah, so this is good weather for me.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm joined here in the press center by Nana Zagnitse. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Nana.
It's fine.
You won your game today. You had to play against your teammate, Bella Kotinashvili. and you won a very powerful game. First of all, how do you feel generally when you have to play these high-level games against your teammates and friends from the Olympic team?
Yeah, generally, I really don't like to play against my teammates, against Georgian girls. It's really not that much comfortable to play against them for me. Yeah.
Do you think your opponents have the same impression, or do you think it's easier for them?
I don't think for them it's easier too. So, yeah, but what to do? Yeah, we're chess players, so time to time we have to play against each other.
It's part of the job, so we have to deal with it. So today she went for the King's Indian. It seemed to me, maybe I'm mistaken, but it seemed to me that in the opening she might have caught you off balance and her position.
We don't need to. We are back as we promised with the Nara Wagner, who just beat Alexandra Gorechkina, who's the first seeded player here at this tournament and also #2 in the world. Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
That was exciting game, and that's our thought as a commentators, but also people in the chat of YouTube and Twitch were saying that that was one of the best games they have seen. Very exciting game. It has been like 81 moves and a lot of hours of play. So let's now focus a little bit about the key points. But before we go there, we have seen that it was quite tense. You were very, very focused, and at some point you relaxed a bit, right?
Yeah, I guess after 40th move I relaxed a bit because I had time to think, to calm down a bit, and then I just took my time.
Right. Shall we go through the game?
Sure. So we played Catalan. Here, I would say it was quite theoretical till,
I have to ask here one question.
Yes.
We were thinking about bishop d3.
Yeah.
So
it's a famous trap. After bishop d3, you go knight e3, and then we just sacrifice exchange. I can actually take with maybe any piece, and then knight on b4 is a bit trapped. So black has to go a5, otherwise black knight has no square. They go a5, and they go a3, knight a6, and then I think I don't even remember now, but this is already good for white. They have a very good compensation and a very good position.
Right.
I think knight c4, knight a5, something like this it goes.
Yeah, amazing trap here. And so we were like, what's going on? Why not bishop d3?
Yeah, but I think she knew that. Otherwise, she would consider bishop d3, but she castled quite quickly.
Okay.
Castle, a3, knight d3. Yeah, till here, I more or less knew what I'm gonna do. And after queen d7, I forgot a bit what I was is in my file, but I think b4 sounds good because here I have some ideas, for example, to play at some point rook a2, rook d2, and then knight on d3 is a bit uncomfortable there. Oi,
Oh, this.
how I...
Oh, you can,
Okay, just
you
next
cannot
move.
deal with that. Let me
Ah.
put. This here. Yeah, we had fun with this today.
Okay.
Rook a2, rook d2 is amazing.
Yeah, it's one of the
maneuvering here.
ideas in White's position. She played rook e8, which I think is the most popular move in this position. Here, I was not sure whether it's rook a2 or h3. I thought h3 looks logical to me. And I thought that she would play here something like bishop d6 and then knight e5 back, and probably position is more or less equal. But she played b5, and I was happy to see that. Maybe it was fine, but I was just happy to see some weakening on c6 square, knight a5, yeah, and bishop d6, with the idea to play bishop g3 somewhere. I played bishop d4, and here I just want to make some slow moves like knight c6, king h2, just put my pieces to the right squares. So she decided to take some action. Actually, I thought she would play knight e5, but she played knight b2, which was after queen b3. Yeah, I thought she would play knight c4. That's what, yeah, I was thinking when she played knight b2. But she went to a4, and here I'm not really sure if I reacted in the best way. Maybe I could somewhere include g4. On the other hand, I didn't want to weaken my king because in these positions even some piece sacrifice might work. So yeah, I like knight c6 I think is a good inclusion, rook 8. And here maybe I should just play it slowly like king h2, but then knight c3, knight e4. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
What
it's
do you
so
think?
difficult to give us the full picture of the game because you have not analyzed the game, you have
Yeah.
not had any talk with the coach. So this is purely your thoughts. We believe that you played very good here. Knight a4 and queen to
So
b2
you liked it
was,
also,
yes,
the
very,
broadcast?
very tempting.
Okay, good. Because when I played it, I thought actually knight h5 makes sense for black because I wouldn't want to play g4 since there's bishop g4, hg, queen g4. It might get a bit dangerous. Of course, I would consider that, but yeah, I think knight h5 looked good to me, at least.
So I'll tell you the story here. Our viewers already know. Your opponent played bishop to f8, and
Yeah.
that was really a bad move. I think you had a really
Yeah.
nice play. We had here in the studio today Vishyanand, who said, no, knight h5 is the only move you
Yeah,
to play.
yeah.
And what just you mentioned, g4 and this piece sacrifice was
Yeah.
one of the first line, and that was our expectation here, that the game would go in really messy way. But as we don't also have engine here, our final conclusion was like, it is just
Okay.
crazy position and the madness. But after bishop f8, I think you were very comfortable here.
Yeah, of course, yeah, I like that all her pawns are a bit apart. And yeah, also after knight h5, I saw that if I play something like king h2, she would have bishop e4, exchange these bishops, and maybe I'm not even better here. Yeah, and after bishop f8, I was happy to get this position because I think there is pretty much no risk.
Right.
And I can just set my pieces to the right places. Here, I was thinking how best to regroup my pieces because if I play just rook e1, she could take on e1, rook e8. And I didn't want to let her activate her rook from 8 because it's not doing much there. So I played queen a2 with the idea to put it to c4. Here maybe it made sense to play bishop e4. Of course, you don't want to exchange your last square bishop, but then black has at least some plan to play f5 and f4 and to get some counterplay. That was what I feared in this position.
Is this the moment when you spend most of your time off from the clock?
No, I think Rook D1 I played really quickly because that's a logical move, and here she has to think what to do with this position. So yeah, I said bishop e4, f5, f4, trying to do something like this, because after she plays f5, my knight on c6 is also kind of restricted. And bishop g6 I was happy to see. Rook e1, because now there is already no idea to play rook e1, rook e8. And here, yeah, we repeated moves. Because it's always good to get closer to the time control,
Right.
to the 40th move.
Right.
And yeah, here maybe I will go.
But we loved f4 then.
Hmm?
Then we loved to see f4
Yeah.
happening. And it is a very brave decision to make when you're playing with a higher rated player, right?
Mhm.
Was there any moment that you were considering to repeat the move, or you were certain that you're gonna continue?
Yeah, of course I was considering to repeat the move because I had the bad experiences from last Grand Prix. I lost my first 2 games and I just wanted to start not with a loss and with any point. But I thought my position is really nice. I have no risk, so I have to play on because I have this great opportunity to play in Grand Prix and I have to use it.
Wow. And it paid off.
Yeah. That's what's the most cool about it.
Right.
Here I was considering to play knight d4, not to allow her bishop from g6 to develop to d7 or just to go somewhere. Knight d4 with idea maybe somewhere to play even, not of course immediately, but to threaten f5, g4. But after knight d4, I was not like sure that a5, knight b5, queen b6, and it somehow goes on. Black gets some kind of counterplay. Maybe it's not so good for black, but still didn't want to allow that. So I played bishop f3 to make just some slow moves. And here she took, and played bishop d7. And here I think I spent quite some time to understand what should I do next, because my position looks really pleasant, but it's still not completely winning, I would say. Knight c6, queen g7. Yeah, here we just did some small moves. Maybe actually h4, yeah, queen c2 immediately, or to leave pawn on h3 such that I have bishop g4 idea somewhere was also interesting. But I was just trying to get closer to 40th move here in order not to worry about any huge decisions.
Right.
And here she decided to exchange rooks and to go for the different colored bishops. Yeah. And here actually I was thinking for quite long, because I was just imagining, let's say, if we exchange queens in this position, where her pawns need to be such that this different colored bishop ending would be winning. For example, something like this, then she would eventually play a5, maybe f5 immediately is best, and black makes a draw from what I thought. But for example, if we get something like this, let's just make some move here, and if black's pawn would be on h5 and king, let's say, on g6 and pawn of f5, I thought I would be winning here. So I wanted kind of to wait her pawn to come to h5 and then at some point to exchange queens and get this position. That was my idea, because here, if she doesn't do anything like play h6, f5, king f6, then it's just a draw.
Yeah, it's hard to reach those pawns. So you had this technique to wait a little bit, right?
Yeah. I think that's why I spend most of the time here. And here, at some point, I was already thinking that I'm not going to win this position, because it looked like I don't have many moves. I didn't... like, okay, a4, b5 is the only plan here, but I didn't want to let her activate her bishop on d6. But there was actually no alternative. So, yeah. But also before, I think I didn't have any alternative, so probably that's how it, should be. And after bishop c5, queen e1, yeah,
suddenly things turned on your side very fast.
yeah.
and probably it was very difficult to even understand what was the problem, what was the big mistake here, because from this point on, I think you were just controlling whole game.
Yeah, I thought so. Even though here I was not sure how I'm gonna win this position or play on. Maybe king g6 was an accuracy. But what, bishop d4, queen e8, but it's gonna be the same. So here we'll just go quickly because we did some repetitions. And
You were controlling that it's not 3 times repetition, right?
Yeah. She played h5, and then I thought, okay, somewhere endings would be good for me without queens. And here I repeated it again.
Were you considering at this point to give up the pawn on b file to get the pawn, because you made it at very last moment, and we were like, now or never, you have to make it now, you have to. But were you doing this on purpose to get more time, or?
Yeah, checks I was doing to get more time. I always thought that I have this b6 idea. I just was waiting for the right moment to do it. Yeah. Here, now that I see it wasn't 3 times repetition, right?
No.
Okay.
But also in the video we saw that Alexandra was looking at the score sheet to calculate. What was you thinking? Like, oh no. Or
no, I was
sure?
calculating, that it shouldn't be. Just now I saw these moves again and I was already not so sure. But okay, here I think it's the best moment to play b6 because h5 is hanging, and and here was already quite certain that I should be winning here.
What was the moment that you knew that, okay, relax, Dinara, you're winning the game, it's fine?
I guess it's here when she played bishop c5, because I saw that after h6 she will lose c7 pawn eventually. I was thinking maybe she should play bishop d4, but okay, probably it's anyway already lost. And here when she lost c7 pawn, I realized that it must be winning now.
Right.
Quite easy.
And there was one moment in the end which my heart rate personally my heart rate went all the way up when I see bishop g1 and realized that, oh no, it might be a stalemate. Did you see this coming, or
No, I didn't see this coming.
And what have you felt at that moment?
Oh, just I saw that I have king h3, but I was just thinking, if I take king queen f1, okay, let's play king h3.
Okay. So I guess we were just a bit dramatic. But it was a nice try. Try indeed.
Definitely. And from here on, I think it was already very forced.
Yeah, that was amazing game. Like technically done so nicely, starting from the very beginning. And even at that point when we actually also thought that it's gonna be equal and draws maybe only draw in this round, then things started to turn on your side. Are you happy with the for sure you're happy with the result, but the way how the game went for you?
Yeah, I'm also very happy with it, that I didn't agree on a repetition there and just played on until I won.
That's quite impressive. What do you think that today in the first round we have all the decisive results?
Yeah, I was surprised to see that. So it's like 4 times white one and 2 times black one. Wow. That's interesting.
Fighting spirit. I'm looking at the schedule, at the list now. You have played in Astana and Munich as well. Astana was quite nice for you. You got 60 points, Grand Prix points there. Who was the opponent that you beat and you remember the game?
In Astana?
Yes.
I think I really liked my game against Alina Kashlinskaya. It was also a very good game with black, so I was really happy about it. Yeah.
Right. And then I will not ask about Munich because I was there. I remember that. Is it hard to recover from the tournament, which is not lucky, because yeah, it's quite hard to play at the Grand Prix series because every day your opponent is stronger and
Yeah.
stronger. It never goes easy, right?
Yeah. No, München, of course, was very disappointing for me, but I'm glad I managed to win at least one game in this tournament. And life just goes on. I move on.
Right, right. What can you tell about the Cyprus and the conditions
I
here?
like
and
it
the
really
place?
much here. It's great. Food is nice. Weather is also great, and I really like that there is enough of space between boards so that we can move around the playing hall. So everything is to the highest of expectations.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's good to hear because some of our viewers thought that there's not enough space. As like I think for the first day there were a lot of journalists coming, and it looked from our perspective that it was quite.
It was only
tight.
first 5 minutes, and then they all left, and it was already all good.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you very much to come up here after a very long game and give us all these insights and all your emotions. Wish you the best of the luck.
Thank you.
For the rest of the games, and we hope that we're gonna see you more and more in the studio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys, we are saying goodbye for today. This was the first round of the final leg of FIDE Women's Grand Prix. We were working here for you, and we'll be doing that for the rest of the rounds as well. So please don't miss the commentary and the games. Tomorrow we are starting at 3 p.m. local time, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.